This conference will now be recorded.
We're recording on this one too.
You do a roll call, Samantha?
Sure. Commissioner Walk,
Here.
Commissioner Long,
Here.
Commissioner Seton,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly,
Here.
Commissioner Morgan.
Here. All right. I'd like if everyone could please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Right through the door.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The flag should be in our hearts always, so you can see it right through the wall. All right. All public sessions of the South Whitehall Township Board of Commissioners are electronically recorded, filed, and posted on board docs for the public's access. With that being said, we'll move right into our presentation for this evening, which includes the wrap-up of the 2022 budget. So Randy, I'll hand things over to you.
Sure. So we've come pretty far since our first budget workshop meeting. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Go ahead, Commissioner Walk.
Let's check the IT. Is the public supposed to be able to hear and listen?
The microphone is on. We are running on GoToMeeting.
Says
It just opened. If you want to try to let them,
okay.
if you want to let them know to try to connect again, to sign back in, they should not have an issue. But right now I am showing as the only one on here. That's what that was a technical difficulty we were having here. I couldn't open the GoToMeeting link, but so if they were trying to sign on before me, Commissioner Walk, then they may have, the meeting wasn't open yet, but they can gladly try again if, yep, somebody's signing on now, it looks like. We'll give it a minute, let some people sign on. Nope, looks like the lights came on too.
Bring them on?
Yep.
All right.
We got to adjust the timer, daylight savings. All right. Jacob, this is Randy. Are you able to just give me a quick sound check? If you can hear me, can you just type all good into the chat feature?
I can't find the chat, but I'm all good.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Sounds like audio is working. Video is working. So again, we've come quite far since our first budget workshop meeting. Tonight, we're looking for some direction from the board in terms of where we're going to head on some key discussion topics, which Scott's going to kind of walk through. So we're going to start with the refuse fund. And again, this is an open discussion. We've listed these 4 items as some of the topics that have come up and still need discussion. So if we can get through these, and then we can dive into any other questions, comments, concerns from the board. And we've prepared the binders here for everybody, starting with the summary of the budgets on the first page, and then we jump into the general fund, capital reserve fund, so on and so forth. So Scott, if you want to take it away, if we want to start with the transfer.
The first decision point that was discussed at prior budgets has to do with the refuse fund and money for transfer, whether or not we transfer 300,000 from the campus reno fund to the refuse fund. In terms of a payback from last year where money was transferred from the campus reno money was transferred from the refuse fund to the campus reno fund to fund the yard waste center that we have out back. So if the board could discuss that at this time, that would be great.
Could you, I know you gave the overview. So we'll just repeat it. I didn't quite capture it. The money was transferred from refuse fund to campus renovation.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
And it hasn't been transferred back yet?
No, from what I know, the original intent was to not transfer money back. But I know that question has been raised at another budget workshop meeting. So,
and is this for you and others
Is this the money that's associated with the $300,000?
Yes, that is the
Correct.
300,000 in
Concrete.
question.
Correct. This was used to support some of the construction of the yard waste drop-off center.
Correct.
So right now, where's the money coming out of?
Right, so right now, where the money left was, it went from the refuse fund to the campus renovation fund.
Which it's been spent on the project, so the discussion would need to be around whether or not we're going to refund the refuse fund through either the general fund or another means of, it would make sense out of the general fund. I don't know, it wouldn't come out of any other fund that we have, so we need to know if the board wants to replenish the refuse fund with the 300,000 or subsidize it over a few years or leave it alone. We just need some direction.
What was the reason why the money was transferred in the first place?
The reason why the money was transferred in the first place has to do with the nature of enterprise funds. Enterprise funds have to, in a sense, fund themselves. So you can't really take money in a normal course of events from a utility fund over to the general fund and vice versa. But in this case, it was deemed by prior staff that there were expenses related to the campus renovation fund that they felt had to do with the refuse fund specifically. And so I believe that's the rationale into why the money was transferred.
I'd like to review when we did our audit meeting with Chris for the 2020 audit just a couple weeks ago. We discussed the refuse fund.
Yes.
And at the end of 2020, with that transfer, the balance in that fund was, I believe, negative 124,000, if my numbers are correct. And I asked Chris, had that transfer not been made, what would have been the outcome? And he said there would be a positive balance in that account for the end of the year.
Correct. So we had, if you can see on the screen here, it shows.
You have to zoom in.
Yeah, I'm trying to. All right, if I can zoom in on this. So we have operating revenues in the refuse fund last year, as of the year end, about $2.7 million. And then we brought in about 30,000 of other expenses. That's toters, et cetera, that kind of thing. Yard waste stickers, bulk item stickers. So we brought in about $2,797,000. Our total expenses were about 2.6 million. So we had operating income of 111,000. But then we transferred 300,000 out of the fund, which then resulted in a change in net position of a negative $188,000.
So I have a couple questions about that. I went back and listened to the audio from last year's budget meeting where we had this discussion, and I'll be happy to play for y'all if you'd like to hear it. Renee stated that that would be a matter that would come before the board, the transfer. At our last budget meeting, you stated the transfer was made on December 30th.
I believe so. That's what
Which was the end of last year, did not come before our board, was not approved by this board, was not reviewed by this board. And based on those numbers you're showing us, we didn't have enough money to make that transfer in the refuse fund. If there was only 111,000 in income showing, and then a transfer was made to leave us in a negative net position of 188,000.
Well, it'd be a change in net position of negative 1.
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Certainly that's something the board should have reviewed and voted whether it was prudent to do that. At our refuse review for the budget a few meetings ago, we talked about the cost in our refuse contracts going up, and we need an increase. Well, there's $300,000 that was transferred out to do a project, which again, should have been discussed by this board in light of increasing refuse fees and having enough of reserve. I don't want to use the word reserve, but a net position in the positive moving forward. I certainly think it is quite appropriate to move that money back from general fund into the refuse fund to replenish.
I concur with Commissioner Kelly for all the reasons she stated. I think the money should be moved back into refuse and deal with it whatever way you need to. The money shouldn't have been transferred without the board approval. and it was. So that's one reason to move it back. And another reason, this line of thinking that refuse should pay for this item because it's related to refuse, I don't think that holds any water, right? We just refurbished the entire police department, and we didn't tell chief, you have to contribute money out of, your other funds that you would otherwise get in order to pay for that portion of the campus renovation. I don't follow that logic. I don't agree with that logic in any way whatsoever. And as Diane said, we need to keep our refuse fund whole and healthy. So I think this needs to be transferred back in one lump sum, not over time or anything like that.
We have the funds to transfer.
We do. Anything we do to our general fund will bring general fund down, but we have cash in the general fund.
I think we at least have to go from the negative to the positive at the very least, probably the 300 is the amount. To agree with Commissioner Kelly.
I'm fine with the transfer back. I don't necessarily agree with the scenario in which it all originally happened. I think we talked about this as a group, but overall, I agree with the concept. I'm fine with that.
I have a voice down. If you'd like to hear it.
No, that's okay. I'm good.
Well, you're
That's
alleging
okay.
that wasn't the conversation. and
I didn't hear it that way, but that's all right. I'm
Would you
good.
like to hear it?
No, I wouldn't. Thank you.
You don't want to hear the truth.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like Scott is making the transfer right now.
Yep. Okay. All right, so the second decision point has to do.
Do you need to show it in the refuse fund too,
Yes.
before we move on, just so we don't forget anything?
What page, Scott, what page or like where are you at in our little book?
That will be your fourth page in. That will be where the general fund summary is.
General funds.
Third.
Healthy balance.
Yeah, so the change made there takes our
Third page in.
third page in, sorry.
Third page in?
It'll take that 2.7 million bottom line number down to 2.4. Yep. Yep.
Oh. The 2.4.
All right, if you can see on the screen, we're adding it to the refuse fund right now. $16. That's fine.
I'll fix it tomorrow.
No, that's not it. Okay.
So where are we going now, and what's the
Okay.
reasoning?
So our second decision point has to do with the sewer fund.
Okay, so we're done with that.
We're done with that.
Agreed, we're transferring it back.
Yeah, if everybody's okay with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sewer fund, so as we discussed in the prior, now this one, I can't tell you what page it's on, but it's in there. The biggest difference that contributes to our net operating loss of $500,000 in the sewer fund has to do largely in part to capital items. And we took a deeper look, and we want the board's input on what we should do in terms of the Vector truck, or if the board would like to increase the sewer rate for 2022. The putting off the truck another year or two is possible. Looking into options to finance the truck is possible, or increasing the rate to make up for the difference in operating, the operating loss number. Those are all three possibilities, but if the board could weigh in here, that'd be helpful for us.
Scott, before we dig into expenses, and whether or not to roll back on the request for a truck, can you elaborate? I had a question in the previous meeting about the payback from the water fund.
Oh, yeah.
Because last year, it
240,
looks like we
yeah.
only contributed 10,000, and we had a conversation about
Mm-hmm.
trying to determine the source of this, why we're paying back,
Yep.
where did this come
Yep.
from, what's owed still. Just
I couldn't
understand
find
what we're-
anything in the finance drive that we have and the files that we have. What I was able to find were some memos from 2014, and all they had was total amount that was owed to the sewer
Sewer fund.
fund from the water fund at the time, which was $660,000 then. At that time, the township had been moving $100,000 from the water fund as a payment back to the sewer fund every year. In around 2017, that number changed from 100,000 to 10,000. I surmise that perhaps it was a zero that wasn't added on to the payment amount. But as such, there's 240,000 left on that payment. Had we continued to make $100,000 payments, we would be at $0 today. So I do have in the water and sewer fund, as you can see on the summary page, a payback of 240,000. So if the board wants to do, 100,000 and get back on that, that's fine. If we want to do the full 240, that's fine as well, just to clean it up. If we want to do something else, that's also welcome.
So you're saying this is the outstanding balance of the payback?
Correct.
Correct.
That's the full outstanding balance is 240.
So if you pay it back 240,
And what was it for? Why was there this amount of money?
From what I know in the past, this was prior to any rate increase that did occur in the water fund, where the water fund has been historically a bit lower on cash flow than the sewer fund. And so the sewer fund had a loan to the water fund. Instead of going outside to a bank, I think staff at the time had just gone to the sewer fund.
All right, so in the future,
well, I think it was permitted by the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't
that's what I
staff's
mean.
decision, right?
But it's 0% interest rate versus.
so in the future, we're gonna have a fund balance policy, and it's gonna include the enterprise funds,
Mhm.
and it's gonna include sewer and water and
Correct.
refuse. And we're gonna have adequate balances so that these transfers do not need to occur
Correct.
again.
Correct. And as the budget stands right now, as it's presented, this would clean up the interfund loan between water and sewer. And if the board wants to just do 100,000.
We don't have to do it all in
We don't
one
have to
year.
do it all at once. That's fine. Whatever the
In
board's
principle,
prerogative is.
I'm in favor, all this stuff that's happened in the past that we're never gonna do again, I'm in favor in cleaning it up and putting it behind us.
My only caveat to doing that is how, what does this do to the water fund?
Mhm.
To remove that from there, there was discussion when we went through these funds that
Mhm.
both of them could consider a rate increase. Well, if we're just paying back a loan, is that, I know it's only 240 in the midst of a, multi-million-dollar fund, but still, it's a consideration that we should look at. Obviously, we've been paying 10,000 for 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Last 5 years was only 10,000 a year.
No, it's a big jump, and we certainly recognize that, but I think like Scott mentioned, if we were paying the 100,000 a year, Scott, you think we would have been at zero this year?
Yeah, I think we would have been at zero
So
by
you
now.
went back and confirmed that all the way back to 17 was only 10 a year? 'Cause
I
thought-
believe
I
so.
thought in 18 it was 200. I thought last year was the only year it went down to 10. When I had looked
That's what I
at,
had thought too.
Let me check.
it was just a single year, I thought.
I can't look up the specific payment
No,
history
I
right
mean,
now.
in our budget.
Oh, in our budget,
It was
yeah.
listed as,
Yep. It was 10 last year.
but prior to that, it wasn't, it was higher.
Correct. It was much higher.
So
correct.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Or
Yep.
6 years, we paid 100,000.
I would have to dig into like the account history for it, and I could pull that up. But what I also do know though, that our change in net position from 2019 to 2020 in the water fund is showing a positive $881,000. So from a revenue standpoint, or from a, a total change standpoint, we do have the cash. But if the board does want to do 100,000, that's fine as well.
Here's my opinion on this one. Thank you to Diane for mentioning this point. And I may have said it at the last meeting. This fund has a net deficit of $500,000.
Mhm.
There's a capital expense of $980,000, and it includes this truck that's approximately $500,000.
Mhm.
Herb said at the last meeting when I brought this up, it could be deferred.
Mhm.
Correct.
It doesn't have to go down this year.
Yep.
Correct.
So I think our goal should be no sewer rate increase, defer the truck, reduce the expenses, the net number down to 0.
Mhm.
And then if what you said is water has this $800,000, and I think you said could afford.
Yeah, it could afford, with a healthy fund net position policy in the water fund, we could still afford to make that payment.
And so if water can afford to send the 240 over, I would favor doing that, clean up this transfer so it's behind us. And then the other issue on sewer, it's not on this sheet of paper, but the other issue on sewer is let's get into the position where there's no rate increase. And before we leave the subject, if we could just go back and look at the sewer reserve and how much we're agreeing to put in restricted for Klein's Island future costs.
Thought we discussed that at the last. Yeah, I left my budget book with the notes in it, but I thought
maybe you're right. We don't need to reopen discussion. I just like to go see that page and say, this is what we agreed.
Okay.
To refresh our memory.
And just to piggyback, I mean, I think in a way we talk about water and sewer in the same conversation, because we're taking $240,000 out of the water budget, and we had conversation in the last meeting about raising water rates because of LCA raising rates.
Mhm.
I agree with Mike. It's certainly the goal is to clean this loan up and be done with it. But if I guess we need to look at water also, because their expenditures are above revenue as well by quite a bit. So I think there needs to be a conversation about not exceeding our revenue in these funds, first of all. And
yep, I think we should do that. My top-down statement on water fund. Let's make it whole. Let's have an adequate reserve like Diane's recommending. But I think it's legitimate that if LCA raise rates, it's legitimate for us to raise rates if need be.
Sure.
We don't want to raise rates, but it's a clear, direct line of sight of LCA
Costs are going up. Yep.
Township rate increases.
Right.
Now, I will say the good news is from a 4-year standpoint, we went from, in the water fund, we went from back in 2017, which you don't have this in front of you, but we went from 1.1 million of unrestricted net position. In 2018, we had 1.6. In 2019, we also had 1.6 with a difference of 50,000 there. And then we went from 1.6 to 2.6 in 2020. So we've been heading that direction.
right.
And then as the budget stands right now, we're gonna do this a little bit and come back. But I think what you're discussing right now is to not head back down. Is that correct?
I heard Diane say she didn't want to see expenses exceed revenues. And then when she said that, my thought was, well, that might be due to the LCA rate increase. But then if we increase the water rates, that increases the revenue to offset the LCA rates. But I don't know if that's the only part of the story.
Let me ask a crazy question. Does it make sense to have the water fund and the sewer fund?
You can't combine them. No. They're separate enterprise funds.
So can we come back to, let's talk about it from a water fund perspective just a little bit. If we pick up on Diane's point, and this payback is hanging in the balance here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we, this sheet does not, it includes the LCA rate increase, right?
That is correct.
And it doesn't include any rate increase by Southwest.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yep.
And that leaves us with a net $600,000.
Ballpark, yeah.
If we raise rates, how much would we raise them before the LPA, and how much would this number be reduced?
Well, I mean, we could, in a sense, raise rates up to that 594,000, but if expenses go up in the, the next year, there would have to be another discussion as well. The other part of it is that, if we don't raise rates, there's a couple options. Like if the board doesn't want to raise rates, there's a few options. So we can lower expenses a little bit. We can also just eat the cost in our, reserves, if that makes sense, from our net position amount. Our net position amount did go up from 19 to 20, about $800,000. So don't forget that. But
what are the type of expenses that could be reduced? Like operating expenses?
Yeah, we've already lowered it from,
Right?
it is, yeah, and we took a hard look at the water fund this year, very hard look at it, and trimmed where we could, and we actually reduced it by 49,000 from the final 2021 budget to the recommended 2022 budget.
And I don't remember all the details of the capital projects in her brand through them, but it seemed to me like they were all valid
Yeah,
capital projects that
yeah,
keep a water supply
mhm.
in the township.
I think that if our rates for the LCA are being increased, to pass it to the public, I hate to say that.
Yeah, there's no,
Because
And it may-
it will catch up.
I'm saying, it doesn't necessarily have to happen this year. If we want to do a rate study and put, some more time and effort into things and be able to take a deeper dive under the hood and do it next year, that's certainly, up to the board to pursue. It doesn't have to be today. It's not like we're in peril if we don't do it today.
They
It's not going to
continue
fall
to
apart.
raise their rates, and we don't raise ours to
Correct.
some
Right.
degree.
Not good.
We're never gonna catch up.
We got an email today. Was that
that's the
today?
conversation we had.
We got an email
Right.
today, and their water rate goes up 2.5% every year until 2032, and then 2% after that.
So do we have a corresponding study of how we're gonna project our expenditures and align with their rate increases? And so we have an idea of where we're going for the next 5 years.
Not tonight,
Tonight.
But at the
Well,
very
but we
least-
can.
Just
But
looking at the capital expenditures
Yep.
for the water, they're $1.4 million.
Yep.
It's a lot of projects. And if we're gonna talk about rates, then we need to look and make sure that all of those are absolute needs for the year and not, it would be a good idea to do these projects,
Mhm.
but they're critical, they need to be done. I think that's a conversation. And I want, just to go back to the feedback on a lot of.
Yep.
I just looked, 2018, we did 100,000.
100,000, okay.
So there's, I don't think there's 240 left by my calculations. I think we need a further study on this personally, but it's up to the majority.
I'm happy that we have a study and a 5-year look ahead. I don't want to wait for that study to be complete. No, that's what I said. No. What I said is, Scott said we don't have a 5-year study, but we can have one.
Mhm.
I think we should do one. I don't want to defer this decision until we have a study complete, right? I want to make a decision tonight. Tori just referred back to discussion at the previous meetings, which were, I believe, I remember it the same way. We said, if we don't do it this year, we're just a little bit more further behind and a little further behind the next year and next year. We need to be ahead of the curve on these rate increases, I think. I think that's what you were implying, at least. So I I think a rate increase is on the table, at least consistent with LCA. And then we should do other things like Diane suggested, go back and look at capital projects. But we need to do it now and not wait for a study.
So what are you suggesting? Not having a study and increase, increase that is the same as what LCA increases?
That piece of it, I think we should raise our rates at the same as LCA.
I agree.
Water?
Does everybody else agree with that?
What was the percentage by LCA?
2.5.
Right, so if you do it incrementally, rather than hit
Oh,
the residents with a massive rate increase 5 years from now.
LCA is
What would
maybe
that be? Yeah, what would be that impact? What was that impact to the rate pay?
Okay, so it depends. Okay, so our current rates are up here at the top.
Can you zoom in, Scott?
Yep. So this is where I'm going to highlight these blue so that we can all see them. This is what we bring in terms of metered and flat water rates. So this is our rate here. So water rates, we have a $25 base charge for every bill, and then we bill $6.25 per gallon, or sorry, per 1,000 gallons. And then our flat rate is $110 per quarter. So the average bill for a resident is about $98 for the metered and $110 for the flat. So if we decided to, so we built out a couple scenarios here.
So the increase is about $5.
2.5%? No, it would be more like almost $2.50.
More, maybe so.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be close to $2.50, $3 depending. Yeah, on the 110
Per
versus
quarter.
98. Yeah.
And that's at 3%, it's got a 2.5%.
Yeah, this first build out is 3%, and this, to give you, an idea, it would take the average dollar amount for a flat customer would be $3.30, high or $2.19 for a metered customer.
And that's per quarter.
That's per
So
quarter, correct. So
times those numbers by 4.
$8 to $12 a year per resident, depending.
So was there an increase this current year of 2.5% as it calls up?
No. That's correct.
We don't have a water fund revenue sheet in here, or at least I can't find it.
Oh boy. That may be accurate. That is correct.
Well, we can get it up on the screen.
Yeah,
at
we can
least
get it
for
up
you
on the
guys.
screen.
So you're looking at a 2.5 or a 3%?
Pleasure of the board.
So if we do 2.5 across the board. Mhm.
There you go.
And then that would be it.
I think that's it. With these changes.
Oh,
No.
mm-mm. No.
Can you
Yeah.
zoom in so I can see that now?
Yep, so that would, that's gonna bring in an additional $91,000 in revenue. About. So with the 2.5% increase, that'll bring in about $91,000 of additional revenue.
It's also, you're gonna have expenses
Correct,
on the same amount, so it's a wash.
correct.
Yep.
Well, how would you have, you have the LCA increased rate in here already?
It's built into the budget
Into the
already.
expense piece,
Right.
yes. Correct.
Yeah. So the LCA rate increase is already in, but our rate increase is not.
Correct.
Oh, okay, so this minus 594 goes down to minus 500.
Correct.
Pretty much.
And that, I presume that means it brings the unappropriated reserve from 2.1 million down to 1.6 million?
Correct.
Yep,
Yeah, right there on the
1.687.
And we had a policy. You have some information. You have some information about,
Again, that's just cash. That's not assets either, though.
Yeah, correct.
that's an unfair question. I was going to ask you if you have any reference to what other municipalities have as a.
Oh, no.
Not tonight.
I know you're not there yet. All right, what's your personal feeling looking back over the history of the water fund of whether $1.6 million unappropriated reserve is adequate enough?
So we are at, based on the estimated unappropriated reserve there shows $1.687 million, which is about 36% of our total operating expense in a given year. So that doesn't include capital assets, it doesn't include other things, but from a historical perspective, 1.68 is just higher than the last 2 years. It's lower than 2020, but it's higher than 19, it's higher than 18, and it's very much higher than the 1.1 from 17.
Higher than the one from 2017.
Correct.
30 what, 36%?
36%. Yep.
Oh, okay, so I'm just gonna say where I think we are. We have a deficit of $500,000. We have a reserve of 1.6. We have a reserve of 1.6 after including that deficit, right?
Correct. Yep.
And that brings us to, is there any way we can reduce capital costs to reduce the deficit? And then the next question, which is where we started, can we afford to, or do we want to send this final 240 pay back to sewer? So you put together, you guys work with Herb and put together the capital projects. Herb reviewed them with us.
Mm-hmm.
Diane just said she sees some that might need further discussion. What's your thoughts there, Diane?
We also,
I didn't do anything specific. I just asked the question, is there, are those all critical needs for the year, or are they, is that something that?
The big one in here is that 700,000. That's half the capital expense, and that's the Bridgeview Terrace project. We're completing half of that this year. This is to finish off the other half of the neighborhood. That's an area where I couldn't even tell you. I don't have enough fingers on both hands to count the number of water main breaks we've had in that area over the past 3 or 4 years. Those pipes are deteriorating rapidly.
I guess, maybe I don't mean to interrupt, but this is one of my questions now is ARPA funds are one of the intended purposes for them is
Water and sewer.
infrastructure.
Sure.
And
Yep.
we've got very large projects, $700,000 that needs to be taken care of, and we're taking that out of our water fund. Has there been consideration to take partial money from ARPA to help this, or just throwing out there for
Entirely up,
conversation?
sure, it's entirely up to the board.
The
I mean,
goal of ARPA was to use infrastructure, 20+ year projects, long-term. That's certainly one of them. If we're looking at
Sure.
needs in this township for going further. Can we partially fund it though? Yes.
as long as we spend the money,
Yep.
You can partially fund the
Correct.
project.
Yeah.
But you have to spend the money.
But you have to spend the money. Yep.
Within a certain.
Got to
The
spend
cash
it
has
the
to
year
go
that
out
it's
to-
budgeted
Yeah, from an accounting standpoint, I would say that would be very easy. So, I want to have, all right. So let's just, is the goal to eliminate the $500,000 deficit? Is that what I'm hearing? It will be desirable, I think. So just the way that
So there's this accounting question at the end of the last meeting. We lost $1.6 million worth of Dorney Park revenue. I believe it's in the ARPA guidelines that you move that money in because it was lost pandemic revenue. So if you move the $700,000 into the general fund, and then you could say, we want to pay for this particular project using that money. All right, then what you're left with is there's $700,000 worth of other projects that are listed on that sheet. And then we go through that and decide, are we going to fund those or not?
You have to keep in mind, the ARPA funds were just the first in a variety of funds that are going to be available. They have the new Infrastructure Act that they just passed, signed that bill. There's going to be quite a bit of money allocated to more infrastructure projects. So I'm not so sure, although you could spend the $700,000 on Ridgeview Terrace, I'm not sure if that's probably very good forward thinking, because there's going to be other opportunities as well for infrastructure projects moving forward.
Do you know how those funds are being allocated, or are they?
I mean, they just signed the bill.
Yeah, I don't have the details on
So I don't
everything
have
yet.
the details on the allocation, but water infrastructure is one of the number one areas that they're allocating those monies towards. So, I just, you got to keep that in mind. With the ARPA money, there was we had some flexibility in where you could use it. They're getting a little more defined. So I think there was thought put into the ARPA monies and where we're going to put them this time around. I think it would make sense to stick with that and then pursue additional funding for some of these water projects and some of the other funds that are coming out.
What is the total on that chart for expenditures that we need to make for?
I think that's a 10-year chart,
It's a
but it
10-year
started,
chart.
when did that start? 16, 17, Tori?
It's up there, so.
Oh, yeah,
It's not just this, we'll have another neighborhood to do next year and then
probably.
after, and we've got roads in the same situation.
So there's always something,
Stormwater and I and.
every year.
If I remember correctly, this year's number is 1.4. And I believe I asked, well, is this stable? And Herb said, and I think he showed us a few years earlier, it's like 1.3 to 1.5.
Yeah.
Every year.
Pretty much.
1.3 to 1.6 every year.
Right.
So this number is going to be the same every year.
Scott, how, in regards to deficits in previous budget years, how is that
For, sorry, what are we?
for water?
For water funds?
Just curious how.
Okay, so in 2017, in the water fund, total revenues were $3.1 million. Total expenses were $3 million. And then we had, this was operating expenses. So we had operating income of $58,000. And then we had some non-operating revenue. And the way our financial statements are presented, it shows tapping fees, allocation fees, and interest expense in that category. So we had an income of a positive change in net position of $730,000 that year.
And that was 2019?
No, sorry, that was 17.
Where's the?
In 18, this income change in net position,
Oh, there you go. Okay.
730. So in 18, we had a change in net position in the water fund of $1.1 million. And then in 19, we had a change of $921,000. In 2020, That's the wrong one. In 2020, we had, hold on, I gotta back up 2 pages. We had a change in that position of $881,000 in the water fund.
Positive?
Correct. All of those have been positive.
And
Yep.
this year's,
And 2020s wouldn't have been that high of a positive number, only due to the impact of COVID-19, where staff decided to shut spending down at the moment of the pandemic occurring, which resulted in a higher positive.
so you're saying we've had a series of positive net positions and this one has flipped to $500,000 negative?
That is correct.
And what's the key reason for that flip?
The biggest reason in that flip, 500,000 is very close to the 443,000 for, oh wait, sorry. I was thinking sewer fund. 500,000, the biggest flip for that, the biggest thing is the increase of rates from LCA, which accounts for about $200,000 of that money. The other amount that has been budgeted in past years for capital.
Could I just
Yep.
inject there?
Yeah.
A few minutes ago, you said if we raise rates, it's $91,000, not 200 some thousand.
Yep, correct. So that would be a 2.5% rate increase. But the water increase that we have calculated for LCA based on their new rate it goes up by about $200,000 total.
Okay.
So then the 2.5% rate increase wouldn't cover the increase expense from LCA. So you would need to be looking at a 5%.
Hold on one second.
No, it's 2% on,
That's normally on 2% each year. However, they give us a rate number and they just emailed the final one this morning. They give us an estimated one, like, I don't know, maybe a month ago. They do normally. So here, on the screen here is
What
what
would
they
our
sent
increase
us.
need to be to compensate for the increase that
Right.
LCA is giving us?
It would probably need to be
5.5%, 6%.
So this part 2 margin increase is only one aspect of how they're raising rates on us as well. So they charge us in our bill, they charge us not only for the water expense, they also charge us South Whitehall Township signatory percentage of allocation for their capital projects as well that pertain to projects that we share a part in.
So it's not just 2.5% on flow, it's 2.5% across the board.
And remind me what our cost is. I mean, what's the difference between what we pay LCA per gallon and what our?
Yep. So the difference in what we pay LCA per gallon. Okay. Look at that. Okay. We pay about $4.55 a gallon, basically. We charge $6.25. So whatever's the difference usually goes to capital, goes to other operating expenses, goes to wages, that kind of thing.
So going from the net position we were in the black, how was that not anticipated to be as much in debt as we are? I mean, is that something that we didn't account for, that we just weren't keeping up with LCA's rates? Was that conversation that we deliberately made just to say, well, we're not going to go par for par, or how did we arrive at the point where we went from all the being in the black to in the red so quickly?
Well, I think part of that also has to do with, the amount of expenses that are spent every year as well. So, we decided not to spend in 2020, we decided not to spend a lot of money on capital, and we shut down a lot of projects.
So a lot of those projects that were originally going to happen in 2020 then got pushed off to 2021 and then 2020. So it's just kind of snowballing.
I know, but even before 2020, 2019, 2018. Anyway, so I guess just my point is that, where are we in this conversation? Just out of respect for everyone's time, we sounds like everyone agreed that, we're going to have to do some whether 2.5% rate increase, lending from one fund to the other, the 240,000 to clean everything up. And now we're discussing what are we trying to figure out here?
Well, the 2.5 increase
Wouldn't
is
cover.
not going to cover the.
No.
So that's what we're
So
discussing.
we've got to figure out the percentage increase.
So is that what we're doing right now? We're just coming to the
Yes.
conclusion, or are we just bouncing ideas around? That's what I'm just trying to understand what the point of this.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. We need to tie something down.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
So can we tie down what we think we need to do on the rate increase and then go to the next?
No,
one?
that could be.
So that's my point.
We need to know what it is.
Mike,
What's the number?
if 2.5 is not enough.
1.4.
Find out what is enough.
Right.
What they're asking is a 2.5% is only covering 91,000 of the 200,000. So what is the number? What is the percent increase that covers the $200,000?
Yeah, no, I need,
Why we-
in
why
that
we do
email
that?
you sent me today, it had a
It seems like we should have a
listing
more
of the final dollar amount of the rate.
Yeah, just go here.
This one?
Because we can all,
But it doesn't show the actual rate.
we can have 5 different ideas.
No, 4.5. It is.
I don't know whether it's 5 or 2,
Right.
I don't know. It's a-
Okay.
I should go figure it out.
So that makes no sense though. Hmm. That's a 7.5% rate increase.
To cover the 200,000.
No, they're.
Right here it is.
Yeah,
Parts 1 and 2, margin
so
increase.
that's the margin,
Can you
that's
show this
the-
on the screen?
Yep. That's why.
So it's not a 2.5% increase.
It's 2.5
for SBA.
each year for the water portion of things, and it's more for the other expenses.
So if you look here, there's two parts to their rate increase here. It's 4.6 for part 1, which is CPI from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, and then 2.5% for the margin increase. So it's a total percent increase of 7.1. Does that allocate to the 200,000?
That's why it was that's why I was
That's why it
thinking
was
200,000. Because I had that number in there, right?
So
Yes, the 205.
So the increase that we get from LTA in total is 7.1.
Correct. Because that accounts for both capital projects that they do that we
Contribute to.
contribute a part of based on percentages.
And that's a rather, that year is a rather unique year. I don't, that was attributed to Klein's Island. they don't normally do a 7% increase year to year.
But we will expect at least 2% because it says.
Yeah,
It says
oh, yeah,
this-
For the margin
the
increase.
consumer- Yeah, the margin increase will be
But this
2.5% every year.
2022 rate increase from LCA is I think somewhat unique. But there will be increases to follow, don't get me wrong, but I think the 7% is somewhat unique.
Yeah, I haven't seen it that high.
No, I think that was unique to the Klein's Island
Mhm.
issues that they had.
My
So
worry
Scott,
right
if
now
you
is
did
that
a-
this doesn't account for part 3.
But if we
There's
increase
no
if we
part 3.
increase it by 7%,
yeah.
we don't have to increase.
Yeah, but
it
that's
the
not in
following
here.
year, even though if we have enough, we can skip one.
I don't think they're proposing part 3.
Is that right?
I think
No.
so, right? If we have enough money, we don't have to increase the following year.
So unless that's what, unless they're saying our, no, because that went up too.
But I think we should increase.
That's what I don't
increase
get.
The amount that we George. 7.1, then that's what we should.
Joe, it's like having a tenant, they increase every year, a little bit, they don't care.
Tell me about it.
Right.
Or if you get a good
Big
tenant.
increase.
So is this?
But you haven't had one for 4 years.
I think that's the bottom line.
So they
I just want to make sure,
increased
this, we don't have to add this in there.
Unless you get a good tenant, then you
That's what I'm
don't
worried
increase it, you just let it well enough alone.
Because my math on
There's no good
7.1
water.
But it's still increasing US business for love.
is based on,
They don't do it.
that's what I'm worried about.
No, and if not, we're going to be even further in all.
It's how you have to sell it to the taxpayer for the consumer, that LCA is doing it. That's what I have to sell it. They're doing it, we're raising it.
You see what I'm looking at?
Yeah, they raised it from here to
From
here.
there to there, yeah.
So it's
But
a
that's-
30 cents, 32 cent increase.
Right, but this is saying 39 cents. That's what I don't understand. Because like I have this
I don't know
calculated.
how to interpret that.
Yeah. I have this number calculated as,
What'd you come up with, Scott?
We're still working on it.
so if you look at this right here shows basically the amount that we would receive
I couldn't
based
see
on
that,
the
just see my
4.55. Yeah, I know. This is with their rate is what we would bring in. Oh,
You have those paints for us.
yeah, I don't like that. You can sort of see it on the right hand. It's $4.55 per 1,000 gallons is their expense that we would have to, in a sense, eat. That
Was
1 point-
4.2.
Correct. But that's not the 7.1% difference. The 7.1% difference is the 200,000. Because I have this number calculated by 1.75.
It's 1.75.
Okay, even if we go with 1.71.
Right.
That was the old rate, the draft rate. It's still 199.
So I think so if you were to do on our revenues, if you were to do it, we'll just do 7.1. That's what our
On
rates are
water
going up,
meter?
just to see. Does that cover the 199 or the 200,000?
So you're gonna do a 7.1% increase.
We're gonna just see what it
that
does
number
here.
Turns out to be.
Yep.
See if it covers the.
Whoops.
Shoo, that's not right.
Just 0.71.
That's not right either. Hold on, let me just do it up here. It's easier.
It gives you a little,
Even more.
it gives you a little cushion. So,
You do, I mean, this is what a 5% increase would look like as well. That's closest to anything.
but it's still not covering,
It still doesn't cover it.
so a 5% rate increase would bring in an additional $188,000 in revenue. If you did a 7.1% rate increase, which is what LCA is hitting us with this year, you bring in 265,000. So you have a cushion of, we'll call it $67,000 with a 7.1% rate increase, which is again,
Exactly.
the increase from LCA, 7.1%.
And the cushion is what?
67,000, Scott, can you go back to
No,
expenses?
sorry, in words, what it was.
Oh, just,
Oh, it would be,
so our water purchase is going up by approximately 200,000. That's the blue
let me try.
blue cell there. That's our increase to LCA for our water purchase. And then go
And our
back,
revenues go up.
267.
That's at
260.
7.1%.
That's at 7.1%. So you could go,
Between just those two numbers, we have a net positive 6.
yes,
Correct.
correct. You could go somewhere in the middle if you were just focused on covering the water purchase increase from LCA. You could probably look at a 6%.
Or we, another option is to, and the board can talk about this if they want, but, we could forego the payback to the sewer fund for a year and do half of that increase as well.
Go back to 100,000 or.
Yep.
I personally think that 7.1 is the figure, we can just blame it on NCA. Simple as that.
And I don't think, we're just kicking the can down the road.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. If you just delay on
Yep.
paying back
Yep.
the 240,
If you
it's.
have excess money, then you give it back the following year. That's all.
So can we see what a 7.1%
On the
increase does to
utility.
the average resident? Is that in here anywhere? No, we jumped from 5 to 12.
5 to 12. let me see the math there.
Is that what it is, Dave?
It-
About 30?
Oh, yeah, because 7
Yeah.
times 100 is.
Right.
Yep.
7 times.
28, yeah.
20 to 30 bucks a year.
Yep.
And we're still in the red, but what is it? Okay.
So it's coming down from 500.
So we're
Well,
at
I think
30.
we should consider using some ARPA funds for the bridge review. And the reason I say that is we spent over 300,000 this year in bridge review, didn't we?
Move so.
Yeah, I think it was more
And
than
we got
that.
700 on the table. That's $1 million for one neighborhood. I mean, this water fund and sewer fund aren't going to be able to continue to absorb these repairs that we're doing, the renovations we're doing, not repairs. That's just how I look at it.
Yeah,
I know we just had a sewer repair on Walbert Avenue.
Yep.
Is that on us?
It's our line.
And it's not in our budget, so.
There was money in the budget for sewer main replacements. I believe that one's covered. I can follow up with her
Okay.
tomorrow, but yeah.
I just saw the street was closed.
Yep.
so if we increase rates 7.1, that's $265,000. That leaves us with a deficit of $230,000.
No, 321.
320?
321.
That should do
And
that.
then you get back to 240, you're down to 100%.
Or even if you back the 240 back to 100,
100, yeah.
You know, yeah. If we
like we've
decide to
been
do that,
doing,
yeah.
you know.
I have a question on the debt service.
And
on
use.
that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
use that, the appropriate amount of ARP money to bring this to a zero balance. Good.
When you're ready, Scott, I have a question on the debt service.
Yep, go for it.
So last year, our debt service was 166,000, and this year it's 188. I thought when we refinanced, we got a better rate, and that debt service would have been lower.
Right, so that debt service amount, I can look into that further, but it brings our years down.
I thought the charts that he showed us were gonna be the same.
Let me see here. Let me get back to you on that
Okay.
one. Yeah.
I just expected to see a savings since we had such a low
So-
rate.
To keep everything simply, I mean, this may be oversimplifying. I know you can't translate every business practice to government. I understand that. At the same time, in order to get that number to zero, rather than us going here line by line, oh, I think we should cut uniforms. I mean, that's not really what I want to do. So if it comes down to the art money to bring it up to zero, I'm fine with that, just so long as we get it to zero. So long as we can move on and make
So
that
I would
decision.
say then a $300,000 ARPA investment in the bridge sewer system would.
But now we already talked about allocating the ARPA money to other things. So now those things, now you gotta go back and decide, are you gonna cut those things, take that money from the general fund? What are you gonna do? So,
Again, I'm not saying, they don't really have a preference, to be honest with you. And I don't really want to sit here for 3 hours going through line by line. But I also don't want to pass a budget that has a loss either. So what do we have to do to get that to zero? And I'm open to whatever that suggestion is.
Approximately $300,000 ARPA money brings it to zero. That still leave us with 240, and we're not going to transfer the 240? Or does that?
If you wanted to,
transfer
if
the
you,
240?
you'll have a deficit then of 21,000.
Yeah.
Right, we just take care of the top line, make sure.
Yeah.
Expenditures and revenues are.
Right. Or if you decided to just
So
allocate,
we didn't get to this yet.
or if you just decided to allocate $100,000 for the payback for the water to the sewer, then you'd have a net positive. If you used 300 from ARPA or it's,
I think we should pay it all back. I mean, I don't know if it's I guess really question about whether it's 240, but I think we should pay it back this year. That's my opinion.
okay.
So if we do that, if we did all of that, we're left with the point Tori made, which is valid. There's $300,000 worth of projects on the ARPA sheet that we have to decide what to do.
Well, a number of those were also in the general budget for the department. The ARPA.
Yeah, but not,
Not the ones you guys,
not the ones we picked
Decided on at the last
decided
meeting.
on at the last meeting, all that they shifted and now isn't in that.
right?
We talked about them, we didn't agree to them.
Yeah, but they have to come back with an alternate number. Those were the things we talked about. So,
Yeah, can I tell you what I believe happened? I'm just gonna try to say what I believe happened. There was a number like that was, there was a large number.
Just across the board. Yeah, 7.1 across the board.
Yeah, we can ask.
I'm just trying to recount, you know,
Yeah,
so everybody has the same, hopefully has the same memory, right? So there was an ARPA list that was a large number,
Correct.
and then we went through and we took a large number of them. We said they were redundant. All right, so we took the number down, and we got it down to the 700,000,
Yep, correct.
right?
Correct.
So now, their last meeting, there was an ARPA list of 700,000. We just said, we're gonna use 300 of that for this,
Correct.
and that leaves $400,000 for that list of ARPA projects. And it leaves 300,000 like hanging out, and we gotta decide what to do about that.
Which is the Public Works pole barn. I mean, that's the 300,000.
Oh, okay.
Can we just decide what we're gonna, before we get to that, what we're gonna do here, so we can move on?
I like,
you want to use 300,000 of ARPA to, that's fine. And we're just gonna have to talk about where the difference is from the ARPA that we talked about before.
By the pole barn.
Yeah.
It's an even
number.
It's an even number.
Yeah.
There's 300.
I think we should look at need, not when we get to.
Yeah.
It's a conversation.
Okay,
I agree.
so
I'm just saying that there's quite a list here, so, but on ARPA, all the times we're in the capital.
So do you feel you've gotten clear direction? I mean,
Almost. Almost.
Why,
Okay.
why-
What do you think?
So,
Tell me what you
all
think.
right, clear direction. So is that 7.1% increase, would that be for metered customers only or for the flat customers as well? Because we do have both metered and flat. Randy and I were just talking a little bit, and it would make sense to do 7.1 across the board.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
It increases the same for the flat and the meter
By percentage wise.
percentage, right? Yeah.
The calculation, if you just said was only on the metered sales, not the flat.
So that calculation I just did on our total, yeah, these are just on the metered sales.
So it doesn't need to be 7.5% because you didn't account for the other. flat.
Hold on one sec.
You
So
think
they'll-
it's sewer?
they'll
No,
make
that's-
some money.
You think it's sewer?
No, I'm in water.
Where's your flat?
That's it's in this line item.
Well, you built it into that.
Yeah, I
So
built
it's
it in,
already
so
built
that
in.
would be built in.
It's already included.
It's included. I don't like that title.
So it was,
I'm not clear.
yes, it would be an increase on the 7.1 on the flat rate and on the metered customers.
I'll suggest to do 7.1. Everybody agrees to that. That would be
7.1 on metered and flat,
7.1.
$300,000 ARPA to bring this to net zero. And then that leaves us with, we're transferring payback of 240.
Got that?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep. Water fund is buttoned up.
all right.
Okay, next.
Nice job.
Back to sewer.
Yes.
So now we know, okay, so sewer is receiving the 240.
Correct.
If we say, in this case, where we don't want to raise sewer rates, and we've got a deficit of $500,000, and we've got a truck of $500,000 that Herb says he could defer
Correct.
at least a year.
The truck is 443.
not raise. We're going to be in a deficit.
Did our rates go up? No, it's good.
Where are you
A little
getting the
bit.
money from?
Well, okay, yeah, good
Based
question.
on my glasses calculation. we need to look at that.
The first time I thought about
can't
this
give, like, it went
is,
up by this X percentage. Because flows matter.
yeah, okay. My first thought was, if we got a $500,000 deficit, and then there's a $500,000 truck,
This number's.
You could either say,
Mhm.
don't do the truck this year, or fund the truck from other sources. Now, here's a case where ARP money would not be appropriate, right?
Well, based on the income loss threshold number, it could be.
Oh, it could be the bond money. I
The
was
bond money
originally
would
thinking
not
the
be
bond
appropriate for
money.
this, not at all. No.
It's coming back to me now. It was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. My original thought was bond money could be used to pay for this truck, but it can't because bond money has to be 20-year, infrastructure. The truck is not. All right.
There
So-
are other financing options as well. I know a few years ago, the township decided to finance the purchase of the street sweeper that we have, which was a 3-year lease to own sort of deal there. So that's certainly an option we could look into, as well as, there's other sources of loan financing we can get, that aren't 20-year options.
Is this truck, is this a necessity? Is this gonna get purchased anyway in 2 years or?
From what Herb said, this can wait a year or two.
Okay, but what I'm saying is eventually it's gonna need to be purchased, right? Is that what you're saying? Or is this like
We
a,
have,
is
yeah,
this the truck with all the bells and whistles that would make their job easier? Or is this something that they're gonna need to buy anyway?
they were gonna repurpose the existing one into our storm sewer and then for the MS4
So-
program. So we would have
So
2
yes, you need it, correct? Yes,
eventually.
okay.
Yeah.
Knowing what I know, I just bought another work truck. 10% of this cost, but literally, the pricing of, vehicles is gonna continue to increase, right? So, is this a quote that he got, or is this a locked in rate, or what?
It's a quote. Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
For how long?
they're not holding them very long right now.
No, they're not.
I'm not even sure if he'd order it.
I mean, from a
He'd
financial.
Get it within the year, to
From
be honest with you.
from a financial standpoint right now, for us to save up cash for things like vehicles, like
And we're paying cash
you
for
just,
this.
yes, that's
Okay.
correct. For us to save up cash for a vehicle, and let's say we decide not to spend 443,000 today, and we buy it a year from now, that price could be 460, 470 at the rate prices are going. And if we get an interest rate that's close to 2%, in that ballpark, let's say the price goes up 10% year over year, then we lose money by not financing. It goes the same with even a discussion, not to, once again, not to put too many balls in the air and juggle too many things, but, from a discussion standpoint with even the fire fund, if we financed fire fund purchases for trucks at 2%, and if the cost goes up 7% year over year, we lose money by saving money, in a sense, if that makes sense. So from an inflation standpoint, where the economy is right now, if we do want the truck, but Herb did say it's not an absolute necessity this year. If we do want the truck, at some point, it would be better to finance it than pay outright cash in an area where inflation is going up. But once again, we don't need to do that for this year.
Yeah, it makes sense as long as you need the truck. If I don't need it.
I'm still not fully clear if it's a need or a want. That's why I don't understand. I don't know that I get it.
It's a need, but it can be deferred
Mhm.
for a year if it,
Okay, so if it's just gonna get it deferred another year, then I think it should be purchased, but again, you gotta figure out what we're gonna do about that deficit. So that being said, that's my opinion. I think we should purchase the truck, lock in that, did they hold that price, 60 days? What?
I'd have to check with her, but I don't know how long the quote's good for. It's most likely on CoStarz, yep. But the price of everything's going up every 10, 15 days right now.
Every week.
You got it. Yep, going up quick.
But don't worry, inflation is transitory.
Okay.
If we buy this truck and we have a $500,000 deficit, that's not acceptable. So we need another source of money for the truck. And we're gonna have quite a bit more discussion this evening about all the other capital projects and what the right fund balance level should be. So we could just say, okay, we'll take it piece by piece. If the board agrees, we'll buy the truck, it's $443,000. Where's the money coming from? General fund?
We can't do that.
Can't do
Got to
it.
come
We
from
can't-
SOAR
yeah.
or ARPA?
Sewer fund has to stand on its own.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's correct.
So we buy a truck and we've got a half $1 million deficit here.
Yep, so we can either pay for cash or we can finance it.
How are you gonna pay for that? You know,
Well, we have, as, if you look down on the summary page, you have an estimated cash balance. So we have $5 million in the fund, and that's what we're estimating that we'll have at the end of the year. So we can afford to pay for it out of our own coffers, but we also could finance it.
I don't agree with financing at all.
Well, last year, the sewer fund unappropriated reserve was 3.5, we're at 4.7, so we're talking about a $400,000 truck. If we pay for it out of our reserve fund, we're still very healthy, we're higher than last year, we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
It's a need in the department. There's money set aside, I'm assuming that's part of the reason why we have a reserve, is to take care of costs.
So there's two numbers not on this page, on another page apparently. How do we break down this 4.7 between the amount we're restricting for Klein's Island as of the end of last meeting versus unrestricted?
We have those notes, they're in my office.
It's not on this page.
We talked about 2 million.
We talked about 2 million.
2 million
Okay,
moving
So
over.
then it would be 2 million and then 2.7 and change.
So can we add that to the sheet here, Scott? So it's very clear that 2 million is being allocated into an earmarked
What's,
account for.
What's 4.7 as a percentage of the denominator? Whatever that is, and what's 2.7 million?
Did you get Mike's question?
Yep.
Okay.
100%.
Come on, Scott.
I think you're doing your favor by paying sticker. See, open?
So that 4.7 would be 126% of our total expenses. The 4.7 would be about 126% of expenses. And the 2.7 with the $2 million allocation for Klein's Island would be about 73%.
And I'm sorry, 73% of what?
Of our total budgeted expenses, operating,
Total
payroll, and
expenses.
capital. That's correct. Yep.
So that's pretty decent.
Yeah, depending on what comes down the line, yeah.
What's
Yeah.
what's a ballpark for this sewer emergency today?
You know, what happens? You know,
Depends on what
well, yeah,
happens.
depends on what happens.
Depends what
You could
they
drop
find
a
when they
million and
dig
a
it up,
half on-
yeah.
On a big project.
I don't think
Does
I,
it spill into a waterway? You know? Is
What would happen if
it-
it's still closed?
is the DEP
yeah,
involved?
it should be open.
Okay,
Yeah, I think 73 is. should be
okay. Everybody happy with,
Worst case scenario, if you got into a real pickle, I mean, what you would have to, I mean, I don't know what's involved with it. It's a major emergency happened, you'd have to somehow unrestrict the Klein's Island fund.
Or, yeah, and you know, the good news about the sewer fund has no debt right now. So if the board did have an emergency encounter in the future, you know, and that was an option, definitely something to look into. So the fact that we have no debt and we have a reserve here that's healthy, that's a good thing.
Why are we not talking about any rate increase?
Mostly due to the fact that we have 5 million on hand.
5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 million.
And we've trended in that direction, like the past few years, we have moved from 800, hold on. We've moved from 3.4 million in the sewer fund to 3.9 to 3.9, and then finally in 2020, mostly due to the impact of COVID, we went up by another $700,000. So because we decided to not spend money on capital
But even
projects.
just like a 2.5% cost of living, just.
I don't think it's necessarily wise unless we've got a need here, and it doesn't seem to be one.
This might be a tough year to do a 2.5% on sewer when you're doing a 7.1 on water.
I'm not saying we should, I'm just asking. why
But I
it's
think
not on the table.
your concept, it makes perfect sense, you know, at some point, we need to start thinking to build that reserve, because when things start happening, you know, if they do, when they make the upgrades to Collins Island and changes with that 2 million restricted, that could go quickly, depending on what happens, and we may find ourselves in a position where we need to look at a rate increase.
And I'm not sure, I don't remember if you were at the water and sewer one that we talked about at the last time, if you were at that workshop.
No.
Okay, but I think we discussed then too, like the fact of the whole Klein's Island question, it's so far down the road for us at this point right now. We don't know what the impact is going to be. So even though we've, you know, been preparing and as the net position goes up over the years, you know, we're in a very healthy state in terms of, I mean, the water fund is debt. The sewer fund does not have debt.
So I have a accounting technical question.
Mhm.
So if the enterprise fund must stand on its own and you can't transfer money in to pay for the truck.
Yep.
Please reconcile that with the fact that the sewer fund made an interloan transfer to pay for campus renovation.
That's a different, from an accounting standpoint, that's a different matter altogether. So that's not a, that's a cash management question, not so much a budget and fund question. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay.
We're good.
Are we settled on the sewer fund?
Sounds like it.
Okay.
We're all agreed to get a new truck.
So we're buying the truck, there's no rate increase.
Yeah, and setting.
Correct.
Gonna pay for decal on the bumper. Like $50,000.
Okay.
How's that sound?
No ratings.
Does everybody see the updated here?
This is the update.
I couldn't see that if it was single.
Here you go.
Yeah, oh, now.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Take a quick.
Okay, two funds, hour and a half.
All right, the next thing,
17.
if we go to the capital projects list, or what does the board want to do right now? Do we want to take a break?
No, before we get too far on the budget, one thing that we didn't talk about on the very first page when we were talking about the transfer, was the $1 million in the stability fund. So I see that it's still is at 2.3, which is only $124,000 more than it was last year.
Yeah.
That's a transaction that needs
I
to take place.
I think we need
So we want to talk about general fund?
Where are we at here? I'm sorry. Which
The very
page?
First page.
General fund.
As I suggested at the last meeting, I think we need to talk about this page.
Yep.
That's the one.
Yep.
Right? And we need to, I'd like to cover 2 points. We should cover the one Diane just raised. And I want to have a discussion about the fund balance.
That's 300,000 because of the difference in refuse.
Excuse me, before we go into a new topic, is there, do you have water, bottled water somewhere?
In there, they have, they're doing,
Look at taste.
lunch.
What was your question, Mike? Sorry.
Diane has a question about the $1 million.
Yes.
For, what is that for again?
Fiscal stability fund. that
Yep.
we borrowed for the extra.
We can put, I can build that in here. This general fund, these general fund numbers that you see right here include fiscal stability fund within general fund monies. So it doesn't necessarily show a breakout, but what you all need to know right now is that bottom line number, that $2.4 million down here at the bottom, includes the 2.393 of the fiscal stability money. So if it, as presented right now, general fund, if we don't do a thing, if we make no decisions tonight, as presented, we will basically only be left over we will only be left with $2.4 million at the end of next year, of which most of that is the 2.3 with fiscal stability. So if we want to transfer money from general fund to the fiscal stability fund itself, that's another decision point.
All right, I'm gonna make my broad statement. Thanks for reminding us the number's 2.4. So the audit, the 2020 audit indicated we had, what was it, what's the number, 7.6?
So this is, yeah. So
maybe let me say it at a very high level.
Yep, go for it, Mike.
Before you start looking for numbers. Okay. The 4-year audits say we were here at 35%. You know, pretty even, 35%. And then we get a 2020 audit that says, oh, we're up at 41%. And Scott's writing a fiscal, a fund balance policy that says, well, you want to be 20% minimum and 30% maximum. All right, so, okay, if you want to be 20 to 30%, and you've been at 35%, now you're up at 40%, well, that sounds pretty good, right? But what these guys presented was, if you want to go pay for everything, all the other stuff, right? But if you, in addition, you want to go pay for $3.3 million worth of capital projects, you're taking it down to this number, and you're taking it down from 41% down to 25%. Now, that might sound reasonable because 25% is halfway through 20%, 30%. I'm not comfortable with that.
Comfortable with what, not having it between 20 and 30?
Yeah. Based on, if this was an ordinary time, meaning if we had, with respect to these guys, if we had all our financial management affairs in order, which we don't, we know we don't, we got a lot of work to do that. Yeah, maybe 25% is the right number, right? I would like to bring it down to no lower than 30%. So in other words, if you're dropping from 40%, if you 20% is the minimum, you're dropping from 40% to 30%, you're bringing it halfway down, as opposed to if you're bringing it from 40% to 25%, you're bringing it 75% down, right? And I don't want to make that drastic of a move. So I'm saying bring it from 40 to 30% minimum as a first step. I interrupted like a major thought there, okay?
That was kind of.
Okay. So I'm comfortable going to 30%, not 25%. Therefore, we're not paying for something. I don't know how much money that is, what that 5% is. But you can tell us what the number is. And to me, what it says is we're not paying some portion of the $3.3 million worth of capital projects. That's just my viewpoint. And Ben, you asked me at some prior meeting, what is fiscal conservatism? Well, there's a good example.
I think I said, what do you define as fiscal conservatism?
I know, but I tried to tell you that because this is an example.
So if we go down to 35.
Okay, so.
All right, guys, what's
That's
next?
5.
Where are we?
So it's about
I
$1
want
million.
to piggyback on that, because I remember.
If you move down. Yes, go
Go
for it.
ahead. I just want to, I remember during the bond conversations that we had, that you made a statement that the bond ratings, basically the interest rate we have is based on our fund balance, so to piggyback on what Mike's talking about, we need to be careful where our reserves are, because they're going to impact the rate on our bonds when they review them.
Well, our bond rating is impacted by the amount of fund balance, but the interest rate isn't. So we get the same interest rate. Let's say South Whitehall goes into incredible, God forbid, incredible financial disrepair, and we get like a double C rating on our bonds. Our interest rate will stay at 1.43%, which is really good for us. But if we want to ever borrow more money in the future, or let's say we want to do another bond issuance, that will impact the interest rate in the future. So it won't necessarily impact it today.
This one, but.
Correct.
So.
Correct.
just if you can keep that in mind when you.
But if we.
answer Mike's question.
Yes,
To keep
yeah.
us in a, before we go spending any more money, to make sure we've got our numbers where they need to be.
What was the question? What was the question?
What we should be at, 25 or 30%.
For reserve?
So there's a number of things that affect fund balance. I mean, I don't want to get into this too much, but fund balance includes both total assets, total liabilities, right, and the impact of revenues and expenditures and other financing sources and uses on the budget. So all of these things go into whether or not fund balance goes up and down. So it's not necessarily just cash. So what we have showing on our general fund summary, this is all cash activity. And, love it or hate it, this has just been the process that we've had for the last few years. So I think it was Diane at the last meeting asked a question why, in last year's budget, we had a remaining unappropriated reserve number of about $500,000. And that was in part for two reasons. The first of which is that prior to this current budget year, fiscal stability money had not been shown in that amount. So that's one of the big differences that you'll see here. And the other amount is that 500,000 is obviously much different from the 2020 number actual for fund balance, because fund balance isn't just cash activity, whereas this budget is primarily just cash activity. So even though we see a remaining unappropriated reserve amount, it may not account for everything that goes into the fund balance number.
Okay, thanks. So I gotta ask this question. So this sheet from the last meeting, the remaining unappropriated reserve was $4 million, which is indeed 25% of $16 million.
Correct.
And now we have a number that's $2.4 million.
Yep.
Which is not 25% of the $16 million.
Correct. So that total remaining unappropriated reserve number is not representative of the full fund balance number. That's the first point I'll make. The second point I'll make is that when I was looking through the cash carry forward documents and I was reviewing those, we as a finance team made an error in the wages calculation through the end of the year. And so long story short, I've corrected those numbers. And so that's what's reflected here.
This is 15% of $16 million.
That is correct.
That's a problem.
So I, from face value, I see that and that would make sense to me, and I would understand that as well. In past years' budgets, that number has been, I think it was about 500,000 was budgeted for 2021. Prior to that, it might have been a net loss of 153,000. And it's been across the board in terms of prior years' budgets. But I will be, to give some assurance to the board, what you see here on the summary page is worst case scenario, because a lot of these numbers are our best estimate. The biggest of which is that estimated operating cash carry forward number. So a lot of these numbers are our best estimate in terms of what we're going to do next year. So our budgeted revenue, I mean, that's our best estimate. I know for a fact that our business privilege tax revenue for next year is going to go up. I don't know what amount of dollars that will be, but from a budgeting and from a financial conservatism aspect, it's better for us to plan on receiving less revenue than we know we're going to get, and plan on, if we have to spend the absolute most we're going to spend in terms of expenses.
Which we never do.
Which we never do.
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm either at a higher level or a completely different place. And maybe the issue is when we say fund balance, I'd like to make sure we're talking about fund balance on every sheet or every screen. We had $7.6 million is 41% of 16 million. Last time, the proposal was to reduce the 7.6 down to 4 million, which is 25%. And now we have a number over here that's 2.4 million, that's 15%. That's not even the 20% minimum. So either, if we're talking all the same numbers,
But this is just
and you're saying here, this is a $2.4 million fund balance.
just cash,
That's just cash.
just cash.
So that doesn't include, there's a lot of other things that go into the fund balance
Well,
number.
what was 7.6? Was that just cash?
I think the number you're referring to is 7.8. So like,
7.8.
if you look up here on the screen, Mike, you'll see here that we had cash on hand in the general fund at $6.2 million. Okay, which is lower than that 7.8. So that just the cash amount isn't the total fund balance amount. So the total fund balance amount that we had at the end of 2020 is $7.8 million. That's total fund balance. Now, because last year's budget, we had 15.3 million in revenue and 15.9 million ballpark in expenses. So of that $7.8 million, 630,000 of that is shown as the 2021 budget appropriations. So on our general fund summary sheet, when you see, I believe what right now it says negative 172,000, that fund balance number at 630 for next year's audit will show $172,000 instead of 630, because that's making up the difference. And we're essentially taking a piece of this year's fund balance in that 172,000 and saying, hey, you know what? We're going to assign that for next year to be spent in the budget. And historically, a lot of the times that doesn't actually occur because expenses usually are less than where the budget was with expenses. Does that help?
Not entirely.
Okay.
I appreciate you're saying revenues come in different than we're budgeted and expenses come in different than budgeted. I don't know what those numbers are. I'm thinking, yeah, that's true, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars difference. I'm asking questions about 7.6 to 4 million to 2.4.
From a perspective of cash, I mean, right now we're looking at, we had cash on hand at the end of last year of $6.2 million in the general fund. And if you look at the cash on hand that we should have as presented in the budget is the 2.4.
Which is, what's the definition of fund balance? It's not just cash, right?
No, it's not. Fund balance is the total.
Assets, liabilities.
Well, yeah, it's assets plus deferred inflows. And then you subtract out liabilities and deferred outflows.
For that $2.4 million, that $2.4 million unallocated or unappropriated reserve, on that sheet, frozen in time.
Frozen in time.
What's the fund balance percentage?
I can't tell you that based on this budget.
Why not?
Because the budget is revenues and expenses plus cash. It doesn't take the full balance sheet into perspective. Yeah, it doesn't take all assets into perspective, nor does it take all liabilities into perspective.
For us to finalize this budget,
yep,
we need to know what the fund balance is. And we need to know that it's a per a pending policy between 20 and 30%. And I'm suggesting if it was 41%, the lowest should be 30%.
So where maybe 20 to 30%
spend every time
cushion came from?
Scott can answer that. He's done research on this, and I think the auditor had some input as a generally accepted accounting principal.
Or the audit report.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I will say, to compare with last year's budget, if we take, just to make comparing apples to apples, if we can't type and do that at the same time, but that is the wrong place. If we take fiscal stability fund out of that equation, that's how much cash we're expected to have. Yeah. So comparing apples to apples with last year's budget and this year's budget, last year we were at that number, in last year's budget was around $500,000.
But in this year's budget, we are transferring from the general fund almost $1 million more. I mean, it seems like we're spending more money this year. So that's going to skew everything. Am I correct in saying that? The transferring from the general fund is 2.5 million, and last year it was 1.469. So I guess my question is why such a large increase in spending this year?
Where's Dan, right?
Yeah, one of the biggest pieces is us to have the funding for Where's Dan set aside at 850,000. That's one of the biggest pieces.
But that's separate in the bond proceeds here. On this capital reserve page I'm looking at, it's a separate line item.
Yeah, so
It's still getting calculated.
it still gets calculated into that amount. So that 2.4 is just the transfer. The actual amount of money that is budgeted to be spent on capital is about $3 million, which is large compared to prior years.
That's very large compared to prior years.
Correct. Now, of that 3 million, is the 600,000 from the bond proceeds for the Where's Dan money.
And then we've got the 200,000 restricted in Where's Dan.
That's baked into the 2.393. It's still going to come from general fund money, whatever way it shows in the accounting. But yeah.
Here's what I like to know.
Yep.
On a complete apples to apples basis.
Yep.
Right. We finally completed the 2016 to 2019 audit, followed by the 2020 audit. We finally had an auditor tell us what the fund balance is. And in accordance with the definition, I suppose written in the title of this, we have this, all right? And it says 35% across these 4 years, 35%. And then the 2020 audit says, well, we'll pop up to 41%. I want to know on that summary, where are we plotting the dot?
So we are plotting the dot downward as the budget presents itself. I can't tell you the exact dollar amount because that information is not in front of me, but we are plotting downward based on the budget presented.
And what if you don't have it here tonight? What's required to get it?
I need a new budget process. I can run a balance sheet tomorrow and try to figure it out.
I think we need that information to approve the budget. We're right. I just have to say this. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, come a long way with the audits and being able to have this information. When I brought this up in February, I asked, what is the fund balance? And we couldn't tell. And where is it on a sheet of paper? And we didn't have it. And now we've done the audits and we at least have this. But now we don't have the information. So we have to have the information, I think.
I can tell you, what may help.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to
I'm not sure we're
calculate
going to be
that.
able to get that tonight, but what may help is as of September, I don't know why these aren't here there. As of September, we were in decent financial shape on the year. And as of even today, I know off the top of my head, as of today, we brought in 15 million in revenue on the year. We have a budget of 15.3 for revenue. And expenses, we have not spent the entire amount of what we've had for budgeted expenses. So I expect that in the current year, we're going to have a positive impact of fund balance. But the projection that I sent to the bond rating agency was in the ballpark of $700,000 is what I'm expecting, because I'm expecting our revenues to come in this year higher than what we budgeted for, and I'm expecting our revenues or our expenses to be a little bit lower than where we had budgeted. But as the budget stands, so like this budgeted amount for next year, for our fund balance to go down in 2021, this budget won't impact our fund balance for 21. This budget will impact our fund balance for 20, or sorry, not 21. This budget won't impact our fund balance for 22. It'll impact our fund balance for 23. So fund balance is a past number.
Right, so it'll come out basically in the audit.
Correct, it'll come up in the audit. Yep, that'll show up in the 22 audit, and you'll see that in 2023.
Can we talk dollars for a minute?
Yep.
I'm on the general fund page for the last quarter of the year. And it's showing our bank balance at 10,128,000.
Yep.
And last year it was 3,143,000.
Yeah, so this bank balance for this year, so this includes the first thing you need to know that $10 million includes is our fiscal stability money. So that's about 2.4 of that 10 million. This also includes, so that's 2.4, about 2.393. It also includes $1.6 million in our Republic bank account that we have with Republic, that we have to make one final transfer as the project ends, in terms of all the.
We've got our final inspection to get our permanent CO on Friday morning. I just met with the contractor last week, and they've been here all week so far, getting buttoned up on the final punch list items. So once that's done, we can get in touch with the bank, get them back out here for their inspection, and we should be able to draw down those funds.
And that also includes 6.1 million as of September 30th.
And then as I go further down that page, our estimated expenses for this final quarter, 5.8 million, and last year it was 3.1. Why is there such a
could have been the pension
increase in the expenses that we expect in this last quarter?
Right, so
pension payment.
The pension is 2.3 million of that 5.8. So that's our biggest line item in our budget.
The pension was 2.3 last year also.
Correct, 2.3, 2.4.
What date is on that as of, it depends when the pension was.
It's balance as of 9/30.
Okay.
Yep.
It's the same sheet, except this one's itemized from last year and this one's not. Do you have the itemization that you can bring up so we can?
I do.
We might hear, yep. There we go.
So I've estimated revenue that we're gonna hopefully expect through the rest of the year is about $1.8 million. And I think that's conservative. So I would expect to hit that, if not go higher. The biggest piece of that is the earned income tax. And I bumped the number from Dorney Park expected up to 200,000 because we have received 178,000 in October. And they're also doing their Christmas holiday lights display type thing. So I think $22,000 from that is adequate.
And it could be more too. It's a new event. We're not quite sure how popular it's going to be.
Yep.
So, but then on the
Conservative estimate.
expenditures,
Yep, on the expenditure side. So these department numbers, they were just run from basic what we have left in the budget category. So from the expense category, this is if we spent every dollar left.
Is that how it was calculated last year?
No, last year we had a little bit more time to look at it.
I think I'm done.
Okay, so we left off where you cannot provide the fund balance tonight. Maybe you would be able to with some more work. I just did some math. I'm relying on the previous numbers. Okay. So if our expenses are $16 million, And if we had a fund balance of 40% and want to bring it to 30%, 30% is 4.8 million.
Correct.
We need to see a sheet. Last meeting, it was 4 million, 25%. It would need to be 4.8 million, 30%. If that number is apples to apples, if that's 15%, whatever occurred to drop from 4 million to that, that's way low. So in my mind, given a consistent definition of fund balance, that number would have to be 4.8 million. And if this 4 million was based on $3.3 million worth of capital projects, well, then there's $800,000 worth of capital projects we can't do to get back to 4.8. Of course, this all has to be validated by you.
Yeah.
Calculating your numbers.
That's if we all agree that 30% is where we need to be, but you were saying that the auditor said anywhere between 20 and 30%. So
yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
that's correct. The policy is you need to be between 20 and 30%.
Right.
I'm advocating that based on where we are with our financial management, we ought to be at the high end. I don't think we need to be at 40. Probably don't need to be at 35. I'm thinking it's prudent to be at 30%, because we're still sorting through a bunch of financial management issues, and some here, like I've established the most important thing is fund balance, and we don't have the number tonight. So that this is the type of thing why I say it's prudent for us to be up at the high end of the range, as opposed to midpoint of the range, because we got a number over here that says we're 5% below the range.
So the question.
But that's just
How
cash.
can we pick up?
That's just cash.
That's
Mike,
just cash. So if you include our other assets and liabilities, it's not 15%
So-
anymore.
What-
That's what's
what I'm
hard to
saying, like,
calculate.
Based
It's
on the
not
report we can run out of
15%.
Munis, and this is the most accurate.
What
we
you're
can
saying
get.
is you want cash to be 30%.
I'm saying here, I would like to have consistency with the 5 years worth of audits that we now have in our hands, right? And the title of this says, I mean, you guys know this item, unassigned general fund balance percentage as a percentage of the subsequent year's budgeted expenditures.
I think to put it in dollars,
This is the dollar amount.
the fiscal stability fund goal, to my understanding,
It's gonna mess up.
historically was in the 20% range. So that's a real number we can look at, that right now it's at
That's
14.
So that's our actual.
That's as of October 30th.
So that's cash and assets. That's
It's all assets, all liabilities.
So
everything.
So instead of being 2.4,
But that will-
it's actually 5.7.
Well, instead of, hold on one sec.
You got to
Instead of-
project out the,
Instead of 2020's number of 7.8, we're now at
5.9.
5.6.
Which is what percentage?
4.8 would have been,
4 is 30%. So we're
so
Yep, we're above 30%.
It's kind of, if I can listening clear enough, that 5.7 million will possibly increase another 700,000.
Correct. Yep. That's my projection.
So let me ask you this, I put up the graph, right?
Mhm.
This is the table that produces the graph, right? And the bottom line down here, it says fund balance, non-spendable, assigned and unassigned.
Yep.
That graph is this bottom number, right? Which has been in 5.7 million. So what is the number from this proposed budget snapshot that's consistent with this number?
I can't give you that number only because when an audit firm comes in and does an audit, they're gonna have certain adjusting journal entries that they may add or subtract just in the general course of things. Also, when they look at our books, they may take some of our numbers and reclassify those into more proper categories.
But how you develop that 5.7 number,
That's straight out of our
all right,
reports
so
internally prepared.
just for comparison, that, how you develop that, that would be the same inclusion of the numbers that are used in that graph.
I believe so.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So it might not be to the dollar,
So as of,
but it
as
includes
of,
the same
correct,
components.
correct.
That's all
That's
we
the
can
most
do.
accurate we can get today.
So it includes the same components.
5.6 plus another 700. You're looking at 6.
We know we're
Bring it almost to the 4.
Is that 5.6? Don't include the expenditures for the rest of the
No,
year.
it's gonna be over and
way
above the
over
30.
30.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so that's where it changes. So that will change as of next month, and that will change as of the next month afterwards as well. So
That's
that
why it's-
5.6 keeps coming down as we spend money.
We still have payroll and
So it's hard, like, in a total fund balance discussion, it's difficult to pinpoint, every month we need to be at X amount of percentage because certain months of the year we might not be, if that makes sense. But on an annual basis, after results of an audit, yeah, it would make sense to identify that and to look at that. But if my goal is to be within the fund balance range and I check it every single day, I might not necessarily be there every single day.
I guess this is general comment,
Yeah.
sort of, business management, right? I am glad we have this now historic fund balance. But I thought it was something, I mean, looking at this is looking in the rearview mirror, right? I was thinking fund balance is something that you employ in order to create the budget.
yeah.
This is this 5.6 million would be the best number that we have to be able to do that. And that's as of October 30th.
So Scott, I guess, if I'm just trying to understand, the 5.76 million, whatever, does not include estimated expenses through the end of the year, nor does it include estimated revenues.
Correct.
Correct.
So you could probably do that fairly easily by tomorrow, estimated expenses versus estimated revenues. Is that correct? I mean, you have a budget.
We could probably get
correct.
close.
Yeah.
We could
get close.
Estimated.
Yeah, estimated, yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
we could probably project it out. It's gonna take some time.
But as it stands now, that number will decrease from 2020 to 2021.
Just ask another question.
Yep.
The software that you are requesting as part of the capital.
We'll make this a lot easier.
Would you be able to give us that answer tomorrow if you had that software? Or you'd probably have it today.
You could,
probably-
as a resident, you could view it.
Okay, all right.
So, yeah, this is the
You could
tough
log in
part
from
now.
home
It's
and
all
view
through
it.
Excel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I understand that the want to have all these specific numbers, I get it, but the
Yeah.
one thing we have to keep in mind today is we are now at a crunch to getting some of this accomplished. So we need to work with what we have at hand, at least as best we can. And if we can get some additional numbers to help Mike out with understanding this, that's great. But we need to keep moving forward on the budget tonight because we can't have another meeting.
I missed one little point here. So we're talking about this 5.6, and a moment ago, there was a conversation about this extra 700,000. What is that?
That's the projected difference I have between revenue and expenses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So net positive.
A net positive.
Well,
So either way, it sounds like that we're going to be at around the 30.
If not over.
Either over, or maybe a little bit, well, with the expenses of, by the end of the year, it might be a little bit less, but
We also have revenues
we
coming in.
also have.
We expect this to the end of the year or
Let's see.
6 million, 5 million.
so let me jump to this because this is the key point. This is the foundation for decisions on the capital projects, and I believe the last presentation was 3.3 million. I mean, that's the key thing. Are we gonna fund 3.3 million or not? That's what we have before us.
I think that's our next discussion topic.
Yep. And from a historical perspective, the 3 million is higher than previous.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
But we
Yeah, the
haven't,
3
we
million.
haven't gotten to the point where we're
We
trimming
don't-
either, so.
Yeah, and that's why we're having this discussion tonight, yeah.
But, and I would raise this question one more time, I've probably
Yep.
done a half a dozen times already in the last 18 months. The $1 million back to the fiscal stability fund
Mhm.
needs to happen. It was taken out for a purpose with the intention to bring it back to replenish the fund, and we have not done that.
So it might be more appropriate for us to have that as a formal action item at a BOC meeting for that. If we have that as a budget item, it will look like this on the screen. It will say transfer to fiscal stability. I'm just gonna do this.
Wouldn't that come from the comment?
No.
No?
It'll look like this, and then it'll show in the budget, because this general fund budget as presented includes the fiscal stability money within it. Does that make sense? Does that answer the question?
Yes and no,
Okay. Where does it not? Can I help?
please. My understanding of the fiscal stability fund is that it was set aside, rainy day fund, lack of a better word. So if we're just taking it as a net neutral transfer in and out of the general fund, it's really not going to a designated fund.
But the cash would be sitting in a separate fund, a separate bank account at a different interest rate than we get in the general fund, which is garbage in the general fund.
I think she's looking for this number to get.
Yeah, basically this
3.393.
$2.393 amount would become 3.39.
Correct.
Right.
And that 14.4% would increase. Correct.
No, that number would stay the same.
When we took the $1 million out, it reduced the percentage, so if we put it back,
It reduced the percentage of what the fiscal stability fund was of operating expenses.
right?
But it
Of your
didn't
fund
reduce
balance,
the total fund balance expenses.
right? So remember that pie chart where we're just moving the lines around in the pie?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's important to follow through on the intention of that transfer
Mhm.
and to designate it to be restricted in the fiscal stability.
We can certainly do that.
And you mean restricted
Where does that come
as a reserve?
Don't say general fund cash.
I-
And it doesn't make any.
You're saying
Difference
by
from,
definition, the
uh,
fiscal stability fund are reserve funds?
Yes.
Yeah, unless we agree to use that money for.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not spendable in the general fund, it needs.
Correct.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it locks it in.
It locks it in.
So if we do that, does this move this 5.6 down? Or is it
Nope.
just moving money from one place to another?
Correct. It's all in the same pot.
fund,
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, so where are we now? Is this capital or what?
I think we need to look at the capital projects and determine which ones we're going to fund and which ones we're not going to fund.
And then the ARPA.
And then back to ARPA. Yep.
I think we're gonna take a 5-minute.
Sure. For those of you on GoTo, we're just taking a quick 5-minute break, bathroom break. Okay, go-to meeting, folks. We are getting started again.
All right. Okay, so there we have the capture. Randy, you're gonna have to talk. Stuff just goes.
Oh,
uh,
can you zoom in?
Working on capital.
Yeah, so I think what we need to do now is take a hard look at, we can start with this sheet, but I think we're going to be making updates as we go along here.
Also,
Are you good now?
yeah, let me fill in some of the backstory on things. In 19, this is what the summary sheet looked like.
Just give a run through of it.
Mhm.
And this is pre-COVID, so this
This
is
is
probably a
pre-COVID,
better
so the numbers
judge.
might not be entirely comparable, but we had budget expense of about 3.9 million. We had an $880,000 cash carry forward for that year as well. And this is from 19. I'm just giving us some historical context. Yep.
Just giving some background.
Okay.
Mhm. And the majority of that expense had to do with Jordan Creek Greenway, which that grant revenue, the 1 million, to see such a high amount of revenue in the capital fund, that's all grant funding. In 2020,
You're still on 19.
nope, that's 20.
It's just wrong. Okay.
Yeah, it's just wrong.
Yeah, you have it right up here.
So in 2020, we had 780,000 of grant revenue budgeted and about 3.3 in expense. The transfer in from the general fund was budgeted at 2.5.
That's 2019, right?
It's 2020.
It's 2020, yeah.
Yeah.
I can change that. And then in 21, this is what we had budgeted was about $539,000 in revenue, 2 million in expense with a transfer in from general fund of about 1.5. And then we're currently sitting at, nope. Currently, we're looking at 46,000 in grant revenue, $3,098,000 in total budgeted expenses. We should have about $147,000 in cash carry forward. And then we also have $600,000 of bond proceeds. And then we also have the $2.4 million transfer in from the general fund with an unappropriated reserve of 194. So one option we have right off the bat, we could bring down the transfer in from the general fund amount to bring the unappropriated reserve dollar amount down, or we don't have to do anything with that. But then really what we have to do is get into the actual.
Yep, get into the projects. So I think each department had kind of made their pitch for each one of these projects. So now is kind of the time to go down and see if it's something we're interested in 2022, or if it's something we want to revisit in a subsequent budget year. So I'm not sure how the board would prefer to go through all of these, or if it's a more high level discussion in terms of what we're comfortable in terms of the transfer into the capital reserve fund.
Well, I think that's a good place to start, Randy, because that number is significantly
Higher than it's been.
higher, and certainly, obviously, we know that it's because of all these requests, which I think Mike made a good point in one of the last meetings that we had, talking about needs versus wants to offer, but that can also be here as well, so looking at multitudes of requests to prioritize in that manner. So that's.
So should we go back to the previous sheet, or do we want to stay on the project sheet here?
Either way.
Well, didn't we talk at length about the need versus wants in all these particular projects? I didn't.
This was what was submitted to Scott and I from the department heads, which is what was presented to the board.
Yeah, this is without any cuts.
This is without any
But I
cuts.
thought we talked about all of these.
Already we talked about it, that's whether they were staying or not.
Correct. Right.
request from department heads is how it was explained to us, right?
Correct. That's what we did.
Right.
We gave them the opportunity to come in and pitch their projects, but
Correct.
we have to go through it now to see where we're going to end up.
And to give some historical context, as I can pull it up here for expenditures, it's hard to look at this, from a vacuum in a sense. Some of you have been a commissioner for not long and some have been for a couple of years. But from a total amount of spending that has occurred in capital for the last couple of years, we'll start with police in 20.
Just do the bottom line, Scott. You don't have to go through
Okay, yeah.
each
We
department.
spent 2.7 million in 17, 1.5 in 18, 3.5 in 19.
2020 is a
2020 is a small
zero,
number, I know
probably, or probably not
that.
zero,
It's
but
not zero, it's close to there.
yeah.
But we didn't spend a lot in,
What did we budget this year?
we spent 400,000 total in 2020.
2020.
Yep.
And how about this year?
And a large part of that money that we spent in 2020 in the capital projects fund was due to, it says there's an interest and rent amount of $79,000. So that's building renovation, most likely.
Or was that Roma?
No, it'd be interest.
Why would we pay interest and rent out of capital?
That's a revenue you're looking at, Scott.
Oh, sorry, that's a revenue
That's a
line
revenue.
item? My bad. That's a revenue line item?
We spent,
I thought we did some project last year.
that's not.
No way.
That's
2 million on the dot is what we spent in 2020. Apparently. That's 950,000 for the fire departments.
We purchased a fire truck.
fire
In
truck,
20? Okay.
but that shouldn't be showing up in this. That should be showing up under the fire fund.
Okay, so let's start going through some of
Yeah.
these.
Anyway,
So I think what Scott's
I
trying.
think we're saying it's a little high.
He's trying to paint the picture. Some years it's been higher, some it's been.
Correct.
I don't mean to pick on John France, but why are we buying him a new truck?
His truck is not going to pass inspection. He's had it for a long time.
Was
It's
it
a,
2001?
Something like
it's,
that. It's an old truck. It's a Ford
yeah,
Ranger.
it's starting to rust
Why
out.
don't
The
we have
chassis is
any
starting to
vehicles
rust
that
out.
are 20-year-old?
I do.
We have some
Seems
03
It seems
Ford
like we're always
Focuses.
buying trucks and
Yeah.
cars, and I'm just surprised.
We have a lot. We have a lot of them. And,
That are that old?
no, not necessarily, but we're still replacing them from, I mean, we run them as long as we can.
So what is the criteria? Don't you have like an age criteria that after, I don't know, 8 years you replace it or something like that?
It's mileage, it's wear and tear. It depends what type of conditions it's in, if it's how heavily used it is. Number of factors go into that. So there's not one specific factor like, oh, it's 12 years old, it's time to get rid of it. It's a number of things. So
It should be.
it,
It really should.
I mean,
you
the
know,
police
with
cars are on
cars,
that.
cars,
Yeah,
He's just driving around. It's basically a mode of transportation.
yeah, it may not be getting as much wear and tear as a single axle dump truck that's hauling stone, salt, getting beat up from the elements where, some of the admin cars, we'll call
Yeah,
them,
there's like,
they're not getting as many miles on them. They're not getting beat up as much.
technically we have a finance department car, like drive it twice a year to get its fire extinguisher
Yeah.
inspected
And
down
that's something,
below.
Herb and I are
That's about
looking into is more of a fleet management plan just for public works and the admin cars. There's been discussion that maybe it makes sense to lease some of those instead, through an enterprise lease program or another firm, it doesn't matter who, and the way that lease program works, and that's not something we're proposing or really prepared to discuss tonight, but essentially you get new vehicles every 4 or 5 years and you get rid of them before they depreciate past a certain point. So that's something we've looked into. But
On that point, I think it's been at least one, maybe 2 email requests for this sort of information. I know I requested the fire truck stuff. but like sort of across the board. This is not for tonight.
Yeah,
Like,
no, no,
yeah. We need like sort of like, you know.
long version, yeah.
An asset age replacement schedule.
Correct.
We agree. It's something we're looking forward to working on next year as soon as we can.
I guess.
And some of the work's done for it already. It's kind of wrapping it all together and making sense of it all. So John's truck is one, honestly, that is in dire need of replacement.
I must see him driving 8 times a day. I think I only just drives
Yeah.
around. I see him all the time.
I wouldn't say he's just driving around.
I'm not
I mean,
saying he's just driving around, I'm saying that I see him.
Yeah.
driving all the time.
A lot of the building inspections.
Yeah.
I am. It's true.
So my point is saying, we talked about all this, when everybody gave their presentations, we specifically asked them what the priority for these projects were. That was part of the conversation.
Sure.
And every single one of those conversations, now, I mean, we might not agree with what all the department had said, but from the way they explained them, these were all priority projects that needed to be completed. So, I mean, I don't really know what our options are, because who are we to say, oh, okay, well, you know, let's just not buy a payloader. I mean, that could be crucial to the operations from the conversation we had with her, you know, to Public Works. So I guess that was my point in saying it wasn't like they just threw their wish list in front of us. They went through their explanation and explained that these were priority items that they needed for capital expenses. That's.
I don't have all my notes with me. They're in a previous notebook. So I did initiate the discussion, and then we went line by line. Is it high, medium, low priority?
Right.
I know many of them said high. There were a couple mediums. I remember my cook had said, you know, medium on 1 or 2 of them. To me, the question is, are we going to spend $3 million on capital? And that's high relative to previous years. So why would we spend this amount compared with previous years? Why would we increase the amount? And the other thing is, so this number is embedded in all the previous questions about the fund balance, right? So I kind of start with, are we going to spend $3 million? Is that appropriate? And then if it is, great. If it's not, then you sort of go, what would drop off the list for next year?
The question is, you look at the list, and like Gloria was saying, this was all prioritized by each department. What are you going to do? Drop. So I would pretty much say, yeah, we have to spend the $3 million.
Well, I would disagree. I think 2 million is more in keeping with what we.
What would you drop from it?
I think we need to sharpen our pencils and look overall. Yeah, I think we do.
Okay.
So I'm just looking at and I know we have multiple conversations, but some of the things that were on the ARPA list now are on the capital expense.
There was redundancy that we had.
There was some redundancy.
I thought.
And that's how we started to kind of slim down that ARPA list. Like I know Mike Cookitz's, I think he had them in both areas. I just had that here too somewhere.
Yeah, he had a few that were in both areas as well. Yeah.
Hoping they would get funded either way, but I mean.
Oh, but it's still that way because
Yeah, it still shows there. But if you look at I believe it's in the final amount, it shows the ones that the board had.
On the right,
picked.
in the right column, right-hand column.
The final budget amount, these were the ones that as of the
There you
last meeting, the board had settled on. So we'll have to update that for the 300 for the 300 for was it the waterfront?
Yes.
Mhm.
For bridge repairs.
So here are the items.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the last meeting.
That ARPA?
list.
ARPA?
So, okay, the ARPA list should, pending tonight, it still includes the pole barn, 4 police cars, full air pack replacement.
3.
And then the radios, unless I got that wrong.
37 full air pack replacements, which
Well, we
Oh,
trimmed
no,
it down
we
to
took it
11.
down to
Yeah, we
we're
13.
only gonna do 13.
We took it
Was it
down. to
Whatever,
13.
whatever the amount.
Oh, the total was
129,000.
37. We agreed to consider
Right.
purchase of whatever
Yep.
was the difference.
Correct.
So I
That's-
think,
That's what you
It's
see on
right up here.
the right-hand
Yeah.
side. Final 2020, it should say 2022. Final
so
budget.
is it correct that ARP funds, the 700,000?
Yes,
That's where we want to be.
$300,000 pole barn,
Yep.
$270,000 for police cars,
Right.
correct.
and the balance is 13
Full air.
full air packs.
Which should be 129,750. And then now, as of tonight, the 300,000 for the bridge
Right.
repairs.
So if you keep everything on here, you're at $1 million now.
You're at
Which-
$1 million,
Correct.
Which
So
will-
we need
down.
to. yeah.
Correct, because that opens us up to a single one.
Right, and the redundant items that are not under ARPA anymore, they either dropped off completely or are over here. Finance, oh, okay,
Correct.
departmental upgrades.
Yep.
That's,
Built into the general
built in.
fund.
that's in the general fund budget.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
So we can just take it off.
You could, everything that's on.
Yeah, it shows in.
Oh,
the-
in the.
Do you,
in the-
do you see the right,
Yeah.
yeah, the right-hand
Yeah.
column? So it's
the
scratched, but
Finance department upgrades came out off last time. The Covered Bridge Park Amphitheater, 150 is now on this list.
Correct.
It's not on ARPA. Roof on the mill house, 10.5 thousand. It's on this list, not ARPA.
Yep.
Correct,
Staining for $7,000, it's on this list, not ARPA.
correct.
Radio replacement fund,
was decided to start rebuilding the fund with 50,000 per year.
right, so that's all. So now, the ARPA with 3 items, well, 4 items if you
Yep.
add the,
Well, I would say police cars need to go into the regular police budget. Those are not 20-year vehicles. You know that I'm last that long, and that's not the intent of ARPA. So I would recommend that that be taken from that. That's not a long-term
Yeah.
infrastructure
Well,
investment.
I was just trying to tidy up the, what were, as of the end of the last meeting, what was on ARPA versus here.
Mhm.
I don't think there's any redundancy anymore,
No,
Correct.
okay?
Yep.
So we got an ARPA list with 4 items. We added the Clifford Bridge, $300,000.
Bridge Terrace, water
Bridge
main.
Terrace.
Yep. It's okay.
And Diane has just made a statement that police should move to the police budget versus be on ARPA.
Yep. So if we want to do that, I can update the general fund accordingly.
And I think we need to have a conversation, and we all saw the emails going back and forth with Chief Dorney and Andrew Garter, that this request that turned out to the conversation during the fire presentation were deemed to be more in line with what was going on in the county, and his reports and emails that he sent, first stating that he, apparently the fire companies all got together and made a plan, which I guess we can have a conversation about that later, that never got to the board, so I think.
Well, I think that was a little confusing to Scott and I too, because we were at the volunteer fire subcommittee meeting and we remember Andrew stating that it was specifics to Greenwolds. That's what I recalled from that meeting, but
So you were never emailed or presented a plan from him?
So we got the ARPA plan that
Request.
he sent to
Right.
us, but that was only in reference to Greenwald's. And it came up in that volunteer fire subcommittee that I attended that meeting. And the 2 other chiefs there had said that their stations were in need of the radios as well, and the full cost would be near 1.3 to 1.5 million dollars total.
Okay,
so I don't,
So,
yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
where the
and in the
group plan came from.
Yeah, in the fire meeting, Jay Heiglin did ask, he said, is that for just Greenwalds or just, anyone else? And I said, no, that's just Greenwalds. And then the room got really quiet.
well, it might be a good idea to share that information with the full board when there's a subcommittee that has to do with needs of the department, so we're all aware. But At any rate, it looks like the needs, not the wants, are 100 and, I don't know, about $40,000 for his immediate needs. I think that needs to be considered as either a capital expense or, however, ARPA, since they're doing air packs for Woodlawn, to add that in to cover their specific needs.
So it's green walls, what's the line item description?
It is to replace their radios so they can speak to Allentown when they go on calls in the city.
I respectfully disagree with that because I think Chief Dorney very clearly stated there's ways to handle that. And I think we need to be very cognizant of the fact that until this radio situation is figured out on how they're going to be purchased and the types that need to be purchased, we should be on board with the county. So, and we agreed that we put $50,000 aside moving forward for that. So I would defer to the chief and on that one. And I think we stand, you know, where we started and hold on that until we get more information on the radios. Because Chief Dorney was very clear that there was ways to handle that radio concern.
Well, I don't know if you read Andrew's last email. Chief Gardner said that he discussed at length with 911 Director Smith on several occasions. While it's possible, it's not feasible unless there's a lot of county units operating at a city fire. For example, if they, I don't want to go into the details, fireground patch, whatever all that means. The 911 center does not want to open that patch every time we're in town for standby. It's only an option for larger incidents, not just when 6 members from Greenwalls are called to the scene. He goes on to say that most of their radios that they're operating with are 20-year-old and don't even make replacement parts anymore. Coming down the line, they just asked for a fair evaluation of their needs to be considered. I would move that we would add this in, and if Chief Dorney wants to work that out with the fire company later, that's fine. But at this point, since we're finalizing the budget, it's presented as a need, not.
Well, every one of these are presented as a need.
Yeah.
So
Well,
then
we've
if
got
we're gonna,
$150,000 for an amphitheater as opposed to radios for firemen. I don't know.
well,
that
you have to remember one thing with the amphitheater we talked
need and
about
want.
it's not a want. That was because we
I'm
are
just
having,
using it as an example.
we're
It's also
having that,
$100,000 for a park.
we're having that, we have somebody who's complementing that with a donation. If we don't have the money, we don't get the donation. So
It's a donation, I don't remember.
yes,
How much?
was for the $50,000.
So we're spending 150 to get 50.
Just a meeting note, please.
I just wanted to
I know, but we're jumping around. Well, one minute we're on this, next one, police cars are moving, but where is it moving to? And now we're on Anders, and now we're on the amphitheater. So I think we need to take one item at a time.
Agreed.
I would like to stick with Andrew Gardner and his email. So here's my impression. Andrew writes a detailed email, Chief writes a detailed email, Andrew writes a detailed meeting refuting Chief's email. I don't believe the two gentlemen have ever spoken to each other about this subject to a sufficient degree to come to a mutually agreeable conclusion. All right, so yes, we need to respect Chief's viewpoint and knowledge, but I think we also need to do the same with Andrew, who I've known since he's been 7 years old. So that's an extra bonus point for Andrew. So what do we need to do to make that happen?
I guess I'm just confused overall because although I do agree with you, Diane, that maybe there's some things here, from a budget standpoint, fiscally, that we could look at to reduce that number. But then you say that one breath and the next breath you want to add to it. So that's what I'm not understanding, because I don't think we have enough information based on one person does this, I don't know what the truth is. It's somewhere in between there.
Well, I can
So
say, I know you weren't here for the fire presentation, but he wasn't here for it, but his needs here are right on the ARPA budget, 372 a month, 62,000. He did submit those as a need, and he wasn't here to apparently talk about it because.
And he actually submitted, as requested, he submitted somewhere in this package, there's a one-page write-up for all of that, right?
Oh,
But he wasn't here to represent himself. And I guess Barry Search spoke on his behalf to some degree, right?
And my initial point was needs versus wants.
I
That's all I'm
understood your point,
saying.
yeah, Brad.
As I read, and I have to take his word for it, and he's got 20-year-old radios and can't communicate when he's on fire.
So here's what I told the citizens when I ran, and it's on my campaign flyer. Public safety is our paramount priority. Okay, so when I look down here and I see everything associated with a fire company, I think we have to take stock in that. And I think, I don't think they put forward false things. I think they have credibility. I have the utmost trust and respect for them. So when they submit a request for what they think is required to meet our citizens' public safety requirements, I think we have to seriously consider it.
I hear what I mean, from my perspective, I hear what you're saying. I mean, previous employment when I was involved in budget processes, and an employee would come to me and there was some sort of, something like Andrew's, oh, we need this, and immediately, oh, this is my employer, I need to advocate for them. And then you find out, what half of that was true. So of course it's his job to advocate, and I don't blame him for doing that. But again, I guess my point is I don't have enough information to say add that in for 106, what is it, $163,000. Putting aside any campaign or promises or whatnot, I don't think anyone here doesn't want to support public safety.
Okay.
I'm just saying,
All right.
from a needs wants,
All right.
I don't.
I'm going to use, thanks for that. I'll use your logic. I don't have enough information about all these line items. That's your logic?
Well, can you prove the full warrant?
Here's a fire chief who says, here's what I mean, writes a very detailed email, including the fact that there's 20-year-old radios and there's parts not available anymore. I think that's pretty substantive and it's pretty credible.
Like that kind of refers to the whole list. What you just said, each department.
Right now, right now we're talking about this line item.
Well, I'll just go back to the radios. We had an extremely lengthy discussion about the radios when everybody was here, minus Andrew. I agree, Andrew wasn't here. And the discussion was that we were going to hold on the radios. Everybody was sitting here. Thorny was here, Kelly was here, Mr. Ravitch was here, the other stations were all here, and we all agreed that there were more questions than there were answers on the final decisions that had to be made on the purchase of new radios because of some of the changeovers. So the decision was made that night. Yes, we all agreed that let's hold on that, but let's put $50,000 away to start saving for the radio replacements. Absolutely. That was what we all talked about. So I'm not against public safety. I'm not trying to not advocate for what they need. What I am trying to remember is the discussion that we had and the direction that we all agreed upon. Andrew's email came in and Chief Doreen quickly responded to it saying, yep, I hear you, but this is what can be done and what is able to be done to handle this concern. So, if there's a specific need for specific radios, a certain number of them, I don't know exactly what, the specific detail was without going back into the email. This is all coming in kind of at the tail end of all this. I don't understand why now. I mean, I guess anybody could come in and say, well, now I need this and I need that. So I don't understand why the radios is now another conversation. We already had the radio conversation. We already agreed we were going to hold on it and put $50,000 aside on it. So and if we're going to, if the majority of the board feels adamant, put some money towards those radios, and if that's just for Greenewalds, well, we already told all the other stations they have to hold. So I don't know.
The other stations didn't submit requests to us because they weren't on our, only Greenwald and Woodlawn. The other fire department, Chief Pipeline didn't have a request. And I'll remind the board, Chief Garber emailed on 10/28, the day after the meeting. Chief Dorney responded to him this afternoon at 3 o'clock. That was before tonight's meeting. So it's not like Chief Carter waited till today to send the request. He sent it the day after the meeting, apparently found out that for whatever reason, he wasn't here. And I'll remind everyone, and I know, Ben, you weren't here for it, the radio replacement fund is because $350,000 that had been set aside over the last several years was transferred out for chief's vehicles. And so the fund was.
Again, I'm not saying no to it. I'm just trying to be as consistent as I possibly can with regards to, it's hard for me to separate, okay, what would I do in business versus what would I do here? I understand that's difficult. And I agree with the first sentiment that I think 3 million is too much.
Okay,
So how in the world
which
can I
of these
say
things
that?
can we agree on to as true needs for the township? Because that's really what we should be looking at.
Taking part into the city. These things were put in before us, and I think the board as a whole agreed to all of that.
No, we didn't.
No, I don't think we agreed to anything. I think we
acknowledged,
listed.
at least acknowledged it. Maybe
They
not
were the
everything.
submissions of the department.
We reviewed the requests. We got clarifications about the request. And I don't think we had any discussion about whether this board was agreeable or not.
That's why we scheduled this meeting, because we ran out of time. It was 10:30 at night.
So to answer your original question, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, and I'm sorry I couldn't be at every meeting. But I agree with your initials. I think, again, it's hard for me to separate. I like to be consistent in all my life, personal, business, here. I have a hard time justifying $3 million as a need.
Well,
But again,
we have to go item by item, right? And just see if we agree with it. My understanding.
So therefore, I can also agree to add I forget the number, $160,000 for radios, which we may or may not need. There seems to be a misunderstanding there. So looking at the list as presented here.
I'll make one line item.
Are we on the capital list? Or are we on,
Capital,
okay.
We're on capital?
We're on capital. We're jumping kind
We are
of
jumping around.
back and forth between the two.
So would somebody like to make their personal concluding statement about the Grindelwald's radios? I think we heard Tori's concluding statement that at the past meeting, we agreed to put $50,000 in this capital list. Diane's noted that was without Andrew Gardner present, and she's explained the email traffic.
Well, the email went to all. It's not just me. So you all didn't read it since October 28th.
But you're right.
And there's very detailed reports, if you hadn't looked at them. These aren't just someone threw spaghetti at the wall. There's a very detailed list of their current equipment and the age of it and the need to replace. So it wasn't a one-off last minute thought. These were submitted to the fire subcommittee with my understanding, or to Chief Commissioner.
I thought you just said
Well,
that
then why
the
don't
other
you-
chiefs were here and they said,
Why don't you take, instead of taking what was it that we had towards the air packs?
One right now we're on.
Keep in mind, those are also expiring as well.
Right.
129,750.
We were talking about needs versus wants. That was the conversation we had last time about capital projects. We only have so much money. And high priority, mid priority, low priority. We understand department heads have passion for their projects. Everybody understands that. There's only so much money to dispense.
Correct. Yep.
So I think that's where we are.
I think, from to help if I can, from a logic perspective, needs versus wants, if all of them are needs, then it comes down to a choice of yes or no. In terms of board desire to have something approved or not. So if all of them are equal, then if you take any of them away, then the remaining, they're still equal. So.
Well, and it doesn't mean no forever, it means next year. I mean, there's another budget coming.
Correct.
A year from now, and
so
unless the house is on fire, these things, most of them.
The 50,000 for the radio, that's kind of a savings account, am I correct?
Correct.
Put
That would
aside,
be-
so it-
That would be,
I
yeah.
mean, maybe we can reduce it down to 25 or something like that. Is that-
I don't think that's really gonna make a
That's
dent.
a good $1 million replacement.
Yeah.
That we're gonna need to make over time, so that's why we put the $2,000 away.
So that we probably will have to stay that way.
What were the options
Parks and
for
Rec
the,
stuff.
what was,
Well, I would move that Chase Park should be taken from open space funds. We've got $400,000 in an open space account, which the purpose of that account is to maintain, upgrade, purchase land, several categories that we're allowed to do under the NPC.
well, remember that fund was also there so that if we have the opportunity to match a grant, that's what that money was used for. So if we start taking money from that fund and then get the opportunity for a grant, can't match it, then we're in, that's why we have that money available there.
So this Parks and Rec stuff, is that?
Are you on which
Yeah, we're-
list are we back on?
We're on capital.
Capital, all right, you're showing ARPA.
Short from an,
No, you're
from,
back.
yeah.
You're good.
Okay, so what is,
This is like.
what is that Parks and Rec?
happening right
Is
now.
that aesthetic
The-
stuff? Is that?
No, so the Jordan Creek Greenway, this is a project that is.
We're on Chase Park.
Well, hang on, let's stay on Chase Park.
Yep.
Chase Park is similar to other playground replacements. All of our playgrounds were put in around the same time, mid to late 90s. They're all past their life expectancy, quite honestly. So we've kind of taken on an initiative to try to replace one playground per year as opposed to trying to do all of them at once, like they did back in the 90s. So my understanding is what happened back in the 90s is they discovered lead paint on the playgrounds and they got a big insurance claim for them. And that's how and why all the playgrounds are replaced all at the same time. That's why they all look alike, which is fine. Doesn't matter that they look alike, but the fact of the matter is they're starting to age. The bolts are starting to rust out. They're starting to become unsafe for the children using the playgrounds. So rather like we're going out there looking at them, determining which ones need to be replaced.
So when you replace them, do you get a grant in addition?
Sometimes not. We've done it both ways. Cover Bridge Park was a bigger playground expense, obviously. So yes, we did get grants for that.
What if we reduce Chase Park? Would that still assist in the replacement of it? Like say you dropped it to 50,000 instead of 100?
50's probably going to be very tight.
Well, I mean, would
You
it
could,
get things started as far as overall replacement needs? You might not be able to finish it all in 2022, but you could at least get things started. Or is that not?
you. Oh, that was the battery running low.
I need to ask a process question. We have two sheets of paper in front of us. One says 3 million, the other says 1 million.
Where do you see the one?
Where do you see the one? That's an old one.
No. Yeah, it's an old paper, but there was $700,000 in ARP expenditures.
Correct.
Right, and we just said add a fourth item for $300,000, which is this bridge, this public works project.
Bridge
Right.
repairs, yep.
Right, so at the end of last meeting, the ARPA was the $700,000, which is the max we can expend.
Yep.
And it's now, because we made that earlier decision, it's now 1 million.
Correct.
Right, so now we're sitting here with 3 million, which at least Ben and I have vocalized. We're not happy with that it's as high as 3 million. And over here, we've got 1 million,
Yep.
which needs to be reduced to $700,000. Of course, you can mix and match projects. And now we're looking at line items and we're talking about reducing in the tens of thousands of dollars. What is the target number here? I mean, what is the target number?
That's what I was trying to ask at the
Do we need to
beginning.
get 3 million down to 2 million, 2.5
I would
million?
say
2 million.
stay in line, somewhat in line with what was last year.
Okay, so what is that?
2 million.
2 million.
You gotta knock off $1 million out of this. That's 1/3.
It's 1/3. And my earlier simple point was gonna be the paving number of 1.5 is consistent with the previous years and all the planned future years. That number should remain untouched because that is one of the biggest public outcries that we have. and it also is a public safety issue.
Which one is that? I'm sorry.
Paving 1.5.
1.5, yeah.
So then if you're talking, if 3 million needs to go to 2 million, and if you accept the fact that the paving should be undisturbed.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
The 3 million includes the 850 for Ware's Dam. So you're really at 2.5.
Right.
Okay, you're really at that very, very bottom number, Mike.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to trim a million, you're
Right.
looking at trimming about 500.
Yeah, I was saving comments on Ware's Dam because I don't understand exactly
How it's
that's
laid
gonna
out there.
work.
Sure. I
Yeah.
just wanted,
Yeah, we
if
don't either.
you're talking projects though, and you're,
2.5.
and if you want to be at 2, then you're looking at, yeah, about 500,000.
I would suggest to start it off, I would suggest, because all of the other, in my opinion, all of the other park and rec ones below Chase Park, I believe are very important. But I would agree that maybe we defer a year on Chase Park, which would shave off $100,000.
So
Defer
not
one
out
year.
of open space.
I would move to put it to open space.
I'm a little nervous to put it to open space.
What's our balance in open
What's the
space?
balance in open space? Was it 400?
It's on the,
420.
Roughly just 20 minutes.
So Tori, as long as we're around that 350, we have what we need to cover any grant match.
Okay, if you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable with that.
So with that said, we can try to do something over at Chase Park. We could probably do something for like 80. I'm thinking do something nice over there.
As long as we
And
don't bring that open space monies down to an amount that will
416.
not help us if we need a grant. That's the part that would
Sure.
concern me. But if you think 350 would still be fine.
350s gives us wiggle room as well.
Okay.
So typically DC and our
I'm
grants
fine with that.
are
So if we
right
defer
around
Chase
250 to
Park
300.
To come out of open space, with the understanding that that is not, that we have to keep a comfortable balance in that open space.
There's
fund
nothing
for
else
grants.
currently budgeted under open space.
Okay. So I would be good with that.
That's-
So that would.
So you
that
want,
would move
you
that.
want 80,000 out of open space? Or
Or the full
100,000?
100.
Full 100
That's
is-
320. We could do
Yeah.
that.
320.
Yeah, at least
60.
commit to that. That can be the highest and
Okay.
hope to find less.
Okay.
Sure.
Some savings.
All right. Moving Chase Park to open space.
Is the Jordan Creek Greenway, is that a matching
That's-
dollar amount?
That's a matching dollar amount. and
That's one we should not.
That's
touch.
also,
That
No, I'm
is-
not asking to
Yeah,
touch it.
yeah.
I'm asking, I know in the past we've gotten grants. Is this our matching number or is that going to be replenished with grant money?
so,
That's already been received in previous
so Diane, in the financial statements,
grants get a little finicky.
grants get a little.
Right, I understand how
Yeah.
that works. Yeah.
So in the.
Not from the grants perspective, from the accounting.
Yeah, from the
I
accounting
remember.
perspective. From a fund balance perspective as well, we have a deferred inflows and it's a line item that says unavailable revenue. And it says other fee receivables. This
Correct.
includes grant monies that are sitting there and they can't be termed revenue yet until the expense occurs.
Right.
So we have that.
So this
Built in.
design and permitting part of the Greenway was it was a $300,000 project, 150,000 match from the township. Through this process, we determined that there was, well, part of this is actually for still phase 1 of the Greenway, but there was also archaeological digs that had to occur because it's in the floodway. So they actually have to dig these test holes and see if they find any artifacts in there. We passed that, but it wasn't included on the proposal for phase 2. So there's a slight increase here to make sure that cost is covered when we start designing Brininger, well, which is Lap Road Bridge up to Cedar Crest.
Okay, so basically we can't touch that, so,
That's
okay, next. item.
Correct.
Cover Bridge, I don't mean to interrupt you, but.
Cover Bridge Park Amphitheater. There could be some flexibility here. We're showing 150 in expense, but there's been conversations with the potential donor. Rather than having a cash match, he would potentially do an in-kind match and actually build the, actually assemble the pavilion amphitheater, whatever we're calling it, instead of actually providing a cash match to it. So you could probably go to 100,000 for that and still be in ballpark of it. As long as Scott's okay with that from an accounting perspective.
I'd have to research that, talk to the auditors, but from a From a numbers viewpoint.
We got, we
Got
had,
to 100.
Well, the only question I have on that is it was 7,500 in last year's budget, so. is
That
there a way to
was-
Do a less type of a.
that was a
pavilion and
full,
not have
that
to
was a
spend
bad,
150,000?
that was a bad number. So that,
It's kind of a high price for a pavilion.
It's, but this is more than a pavilion. It's,
Yeah.
it's bigger, much bigger than our, isn't it?
Well, can we
Because
go
he
out
shows-
looking for grants for something like this? Because that's a pretty high dollar amount.
we could, I
I mean,
mean,
I think that would be,
it's
job number
just,
one.
it's gonna push it off. That's all I'm saying. It's gonna push it off
I
another
think it's a
year.
bad idea if we have a donor who's willing to do the
That's
work.
the,
I'd
that's the
say you keep
concern.
but
it-
if we have with a grant for the full amount, then we're not paying a dime.
It'd be
at
half,
the
it would be half. I mean,
If
potentially
we,
at half.
if we get a grant for the full amount. I don't
Correct.
know that.
That's a,
I mean, if you're gonna, if
crapshoot.
you're
It's hard to
gonna
have this conversation when we won't spend 146 on
Team,
important radios and we're arguing over a
Team.
pavilion.
we said we're taking $500,000 off of $2.5 million. We, so far, we've accomplished 100,000 by moving that line item to open space. We have $400,000 to take off this list.
We're close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to be on the penny. I'm okay with 50,000 off the covered bridges you suggested, Randy.
Okay.
So we're down to,
Diane?
Why not take it down to 50? And do a match and find something that's.
we won't see that expense then. If you're gonna, if guidance is to go for a grant, then this doesn't even need to be in the budget this year. Because we won't apply for that grant until April, because it will be through DCNR. We won't get an announcement until this time next year. We're still waiting to hear
So
from
we won't
Where's
actually
Dan
spend
that we
any of
applied
money
for.
until 23.
By that time, it's passed. So
how does the donor?
I don't know what his feelings are about pushing
but
it
I
off a
mean,
year.
What, did he mention anything about the dollar to dollar or?
No, he's committed up to about 50,000.
That's it?
Whether that's in kind or cash is yet to be determined. So that's why it's hard
He
to,
maxed it at 50,000.
correct.
So, I mean, the last thing I want to do is my last month be known as a Scrooge, but to be honest with you, I mean, I don't see the value in empathy. I mean, that's just me personally. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not important to some people, but if we're looking to cut 400,000, I mean,
Well, then bring it to 50, and then that would at least give us the opportunity, if he does match it, we'd have to look at other.
You're not,
We
yeah,
still
so
also
We
in
still
that,
won't.
yeah,
with the concrete pad,
Gotcha.
the material and the labor to install it, we're tight on 150. So
We'd be giving him the opportunity right now.
these things aren't cheap. I mean,
Well, I'm not saying they're not, but certainly something, I'm sure he's reasonable for a conversation with him and said we're in a, you know.
well, let's come back. Can we come back to, I guess we'll have to come back to that.
Well,
I'm
we,
fine with cutting it to 50, so.
I appreciate that, but I just don't think 50 is going to do anything.
how about 75? Give me 80.
Honestly, guys, I know Mike has put an extraordinary amount of effort into getting this price to where it was, or where it is being shown right now. It is a,
I'm okay with 100 on it.
All right, let's keep going down the list. and see what
I
else we
would
can
much rather see it cut to zero and us go for a grant and to
Let's
try
do
to
that.
revisit this in
Let's do that,
2023
because
than to
that
put
way
money in the
get-
budget that isn't going to get us anything.
then I say-
It's not gonna,
I think that's a good idea, because we can then plan it out and get facility that is probably better than what we're talking about today, because a grant would afford us.
yeah, I don't want to throw up this rinky-dink little pavilion that's not going to do anything for us. If we're going to do this, it should be done the right way.
Well, then
It's a beautiful.
going with the
Right.
grant is the way to go. We did it with the Vistas, we did it at Covered Bridge. Why wouldn't we do this for a project of this size? That's-
Pleasure of the board. I mean,
I think
it's,
that's wise. Randy, thank you.
What else?
I just don't want to see us put a number in there that's not going to get the project done, because then it's just not going to get spent and it's not going to,
So anything under 100 is not going to get done.
yeah.
Well, Mike is very good at writing grants
Yeah.
and finding them.
Yep.
I think that would be.
Okay, let's.
He's had a good
keep
teacher.
moving down the list. So,
We deleted 250, we have 250.
Yep. correct.
So we have to do the same, the roof on the house, is
That is a need.
that's a must.
is there a way to do a lesser I know we're doing a metal.
This is, no, it's not a metal.
Oh,
This
it's
is
not
a,
metal, that's-
this is a 30-year asphalt shingle. This
And
isn't
you
anything
talked about
fancy.
having the Fiscal help, is that gonna?
Habitat or.
LCTI.
Yeah.
Why not, I said to Monica, I'm gonna make a call tomorrow morning, why not consider LCTI for the entity?
The donor is considering whether to donate cash or assembly, so we could potentially work that partnership out. I don't know if we have enough.
I've already got it down to call tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll call Tim and I'm on the board.
What's that? Yeah,
They don't do houses anymore. They gave up building houses, so.
okay.
Okay, next.
And the 15 for Jacoby was.
That's a carryover. So we budgeted 65 this year, didn't get everything accomplished. So there's a remaining balance of 15 in that project
To finish it.
to finish it off, yeah.
So what about, now we went through the park and rental, let's go to the top of the list, you had the EMA vehicle replacement of 40,000. Is there any way to, I know we talked about going to,
The municipal, it's not an auction, it's I forget what
auction
you said it
stuff,
was.
maybe cheaper. Is there anything
Federal
in-house
surplus.
with the new vehicles that, we'd be able to, because this is Jeff Kelly's vehicle that he uses, it's not, he doesn't use it all the time.
I don't think it gets used a whole lot. I think there's actually 2 EMA vehicles right now. Both are in very rough shape.
Mhm.
And I think that's why they're not being used, quite honestly, because they're the ones leaking water and the other one I think is rusting out.
But do we have anything else in our fleet that could be
Not that,
retrofitted at a?
not that I'm aware of off the top of my head. It's not to say, it's not, I mean, I believe we have the ability to try to purchase something off of Municipid, the same site that we use, which is the auction site. If there's an opportunity to find something decent on there, we could give a budget to work within. That's, again, I mean, I don't want to, I'm not the one making these decisions. This is conversation for the board to have.
250,000 bucks. So we're still a little bit above the 2 million that we wanted, but I think it's.
Well, what about Public Works, that 550 truck? Is there, that's a pretty high price for a pickup truck. Is there like a, the normal ones, we normally spend about 48.50, I thought.
Those are for like the 250s and the 350s. This is a little bit bigger pickup truck that I think Herb was also using to get into some smaller areas for salting and plowing and actually increase our winter maintenance. And while we're talking about this, there was some conversation in ARPA, and I apologize, I don't mean to jump around here, but there was a conversation, a suggestion made to move the police vehicles into capital as well. So just keep that in mind, that it's not really 2.5,
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, I got another solution. I was reserving it. We're gonna have to talk about the need for 4 police cars as opposed to something less. Because I don't know about this idea about moving it, but if you bought 2 versus 4, that's $130,000, right? And you can move something here over the ARPA.
How many did we buy this year? Did we buy 3 or 4?
I believe it's 3.
And last year we bought 4, I think, 3, 4.
I mean,
he's got a fleet management plan. I'm not sure if that was shared.
I hate to say this. I respect all the individuals. I respect all the needs. I know Herb's wanted this pole barn for a long time, right? He wanted it in the campus renovation project. But we got $1 million here, and we're gonna have to make some hard decisions. So if you want to get $1 million back to $700,000, and then it's like you delete the 300,000, you're back to 700,000.
Right.
Yep.
And then, okay, if police cars, I'm not talking about the accounts, if the police cars were 2 versus 4, that's $130,000. You can take $130,000 from something here, move it over here, and now we're up to 380, right? So we got a target $500,000 reduction. We would have done 380, and we will need $120,000.
I'm okay with the 380. You don't have to go all the way to 200, to 200. So we're slightly over. There's no, to me, I don't see Wrong doing it.
Can I touch on paving real quick too? This is the big number on the page.
Yeah.
This is all contracted out. We have the ability to do some work in-house. Just keep that in mind. If you say Herb, we can allocate 1.2.
Yeah.
Herb will figure out a way to get it done in-house.
You said, Mike, initially, you said that we can't touch that number. I don't understand why.
I'm lost. What number?
No, okay.
I mean, isn't
He
that
said this is
in
the one.
business, you look at the biggest number and then look the way down?
No, I say it from a few different perspectives. I'm open to a conversation about how to do it different, and cheaper, right? But I'm saying it's a need. It's a township need. The township has recognized that we're behind the curve on paving. And the public has recognized we're behind the curve on paving. And this number is consistent. What did I say at the beginning? 1.3 to 1.6 million.
Which we typically come in under budget because we do some things in-house to
And the
keep that low.
only year that went down to almost practically nothing would have been last year in 2020.
Right.
We decided to defer all paving projects for 1 year.
I guess what I'm saying is I think there is some flexibility in that number. And I think we can still accomplish the number of roads Herb has planned for next year.
So if we took it to 1.2, you still think we could get the same amount accomplished, just a little bit different way?
Pretty confident with that.
So the 1.492, you mentioned that it's contracted,
That's all contracted out.
so it's basically estimated.
Correct.
It's not nothing. It's
Correct.
got estimates for all of that.
Right.
That's what we came up with.
So if Herb did some in-house, we could drop it to 1.2. At least that's the number you mentioned, Randy.
Let me call him quick. Let me step out, make a very quick
Put him
call.
on speaker.
So that
I'm
would,
not gonna do that.
Herb, Herb, how many roads can you pave for?
It's a big chunk to save.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of money. Looking at 20% off.
Mike, don't you want to do some paving? You're retired now.
No.
Come on.
Here's my anecdote. One day I find out Public Works is on my street and Herb's there, and they were getting ready. It comes out, the conversation was, people wrote in, there's uneven pavement, they can't even walk on it anymore. Right, that sort of thing. It's so uncomfortable and hazardous. Okay, so they did patches and pavement on my road. Like, okay, I got another woman about a month ago. She's a friend, right? So she writes to me and says, describes the exact same situation. It's the area that's presidential, Pierce Drive, Van Buren Drive, that section over there. So I wrote an email to Randy and Herb and, include her, and Herb goes out and checks it out. I don't know if he said he was going to patch, but he said it's due to be done in 2023. It's not even on his schedule for next year. She writes me an email yesterday and she says, somebody tripped and fell due to the uneven pavement and became injured. All right, that's the anecdote. We all like even pavement to drive on, but that just represents a safety risk, right, for the citizens.
Okay,
So if he can do this, I said what before? We had 2.5, we moved 1.3, that's 3.8. We had $120,000 to go. Now, if he
Can you
takes,
change that spot to 1.2, or you already did?
Yes, that's
if he takes
showing
this down, this is
1.2.
like another
So if
$300,000.
we back out to 850 for where it's been, we're good, right? We're on good.
Oh, we're at 1.9.
We're
We're at
where
1.9
we need to be.
Yep.
Perfect.
right now.
1.9,
We're 1.9.
if we get 300 off.
But we have to, if we get 300 off of the
paving.
No, 300 off of ARPA.
Oh, you still have the ARPA money?
Yeah, we still have to make this
Okay,
decision.
so, next. Are we good?
No.
We're not good.
Well,
Now, we can get,
I
like,
thought you were gonna
Diane,
get the 300 off if you were gonna move the police cars over to police.
but then that'll make that number go up by 270. So I can do that, but then we have to go back to the capital page.
Can you just restate, where's it moving and why? I didn't understand, I didn't hear.
Sorry, I was speaking.
No, that was your
You're right.
idea.
Originally, yeah, I said, cars should be in the capital.
Oh, in the capital.
But if we're at 1.9,
No, you
Hold on.
didn't say the capital.
Yes, you did.
Oh, yeah, you did, yeah.
it would have to go capital, right? It can't go in the line item general fund.
Correct.
Yes.
It's capital purchase.
Yep.
We can take paving down to 1.3,
We can.
1.3.
1.3,
1.3. So there's 200K.
Police cars, 270.
And if we were to get rid of the F-550, we'd be down a pickup truck for plowing and everything else. So I think one of them went to auction
that's fine.
and we're replacing it.
No, but we're good.
250, 450.
So we're at 2.3 total
Oh,
in capital from the transfer. So we really come down 100,000. But we brought the ARPA.
If we take the police cars to 2, that'll bring us close.
If we take the police cars to 2, that would bring us close.
What does taking the police cars to 2 cars do to Glenn's? He was pretty adamant about 4 cars and a little,
Not really comfortable with that.
I don't.
You want me to
know
call him
about
too?
that either. Yeah. I'm not overly.
We got 145,000 miles on them, and they have less.
They're beat up. They
You
get
run down to
used.
Police Academy?
Get used.
No, I just talked to him.
Nice.
I had pizza with him.
So I don't need to call him.
I'm a little nervous because he worked really hard on
He
that
did.
replacement plan. And,
Yeah. They get used more than any other vehicle. They're
Talking about safety.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we did make some progress here, so.
What are we at? We moved Pete.
We're at $100,000 worth of progress.
So I wouldn't change
Oh,
4 to
what-
2.
Where
I would.
have you been? $100,000.
We're more than $100,000.
No, because we moved the
We're
police
at
cars over.
2.3. We moved the police cars over.
To all 4.
Correct.
Mhm.
So how do we get to 2.3?
Oh, because we still had the 300.
Because
for-
we
250.
We dropped some things
450.
down, but then we added the
Down-
police cars.
It's on 550 from, yeah, you're
You should be down about 180. Yeah. 250. Took another 200 off of here.
Correct.
So that's 450.
What
Yeah,
is-
the
This was from a
470.
previous meeting.
Yeah.
We could take, can
You
we
bumped
take
that up
Jacoby Park down a little bit, and that's just resurfacing the basketball court, isn't
It included some landscaping as well. Yeah.
That's only $15,000 though. How much money are you looking at?
And I did ask Herb about a replacement vehicle for Jeff. We don't have anything in the fleet right now. No.
I thought, did you say that there was another vehicle that's not used at all for administration?
Yeah, but the car is not gonna.
That's mine. You don't
Okay,
want to
I'm
know
saying,
3.
Like for John France, for
Ford
example, why does he
Focus.
need a truck specifically? What does he use the truck for?
All of his
He
equipment.
does a lot
that
of building code
carries around.
inspection type stuff.
Okay.
He's also the fire marshal too, so
Yeah.
he's got some equipment that
What
he needs
about
to
for
look around.
and this is just a question. So
Yep.
for the F-150 or for the F-550 and the payloader, are those vehicles ones that you can't lease those? Is there another a method of payment that we could consider that would reduce that? And
You can finance.
I mean, if we,
It's an option.
it's just something to think about that might, because I know they're important and we need to have them and.
it? But if we've got the funds on hand, it doesn't make sense to finance and pay interest if do we have money in our unappropriated,
That's essentially where this money would be coming from.
so.
Well,
Just
I'm
for
just-
for the winter? or-
No,
No, okay.
no. But I mean, if we have money and we're saying that, then what are we doing? I don't understand what,
I'm looking at
We're-
this and
we're
I'm
trying to
not
go-
sure where else we can
I,
pull from here.
we might not be able to. I mean, what's that bring us to?
2.326.
I can't see that.
What's the most we've spent?
In a given year on capital total?
3.1, 3.5 and 19 or 3.5, 2.7 and 17.
Yeah, 3.5 and that's.
So I don't, I mean, I think that's
1.5 and
reasonable.
18.
Yeah. What drove that large number?
How do you want it?
Probably.
Campus rental, wasn't it? The loan? No, wouldn't have been.
No, we wouldn't have spent that much. We would not have incurred a lot of expenses
In that
until
year.
19 and 20 would have been the majority, the lion's share there. From a departmental standpoint, we went from 233 for police in 17 to 303 in 18, and then to 137 in 19. And then 20 is 212 or around there, ballpark.
Yeah.
For Public Works, we went from 2.2 in 17 to 500 in 18 to 1.7 in 19. And then it came down a lot for 20 due to the pandemic once again. Culture and Recreation, which is Parks and Rec, went from 81 in 17 to 481 in 18 to 1 million in 19. And the 19 one was largely due to the Jordan Creek Greenway, the main part of that. And then I'm not sure what exactly this encompasses, but there's another category for general government in capital projects at 159 in 17, 200 in 18, and in 19 it was 602. So I'd have to dig into what that necessarily is.
So anyway, I think, you know, we need
I don't know.
some progress, so I'm comfortable with that 2.3.
Like, we wanted to take down about $500,000, right?
Yeah, we wanted to take down $500,000
I
and
think we're done more than that, 550.
So we've gone down about 100,000 total.
That's after moving the.
And that's
We
after
moved the
moving
police cars in.
from ARPA. So we solved the ARPA question.
So
Right.
I don't see, unless someone else has a convincing argument, I don't see anything else here that you can really.
Yeah, well, I'll say we're close on ARPA. We're about $29,000 over.
I will say this, it's a shame. So the pole barn is nowhere in there then, is it?
No, the pole barn is.
Oh,
in
it is in ARPA. We
Yep,
didn't get
yep,
rid of
correct.
that. Good, thank
Correct.
goodness. Because I was gonna say that's, you buy these
How did we
vehicles
keep-
and have nowhere
no.
to store them. It's not.
We got Richard Terrace, the pole barn, and we're
Yeah.
on Airpass. We're over by
Is this like a
$29,000.
pole barn with a slab foundation, and what's the square footage? I mean, that seems.
I'm not
a
sure.
lot for a pole barn.
Herb-
Like, it's 16.
Yeah.
It's pretty big. So it
What is
would,
it?
I don't remember.
enough
You
to
didn't
park the
mention
majority of the fleet outside.
Because you might be-
Anyway,
It's very
so-
large.
Can we agree to the final number that we have right now, which is
It's this one.
2.3.
2.2 something?
I think that's reasonable because that's, within range of what we've been over the past,
And the other, this may also help too. I should have mentioned this sooner, but I didn't press hard at the beginning. The unappropriated reserve dollar amount that we have, we can dig into that a little bit by 150 and bring our general fund transfer down by 150. From the 2.3 to about 2.1.
You don't need that, 194.
Well, it's unaccounted for, it's money that's gonna be left over in the fund from this year that we won't spend. So that's a possibility. It just brings that bottom line item down to about 44,000. So our transfer from general fund will end up being about 2.176.
you say that last bit again?
The transfer from general fund for capital will be $2,176,000.
That's better.
2,176.
Why didn't you say that at the beginning?
I did. I said that at the beginning.
Way to go, Scott. All right.
Okay, next.
And what's the fund balance?
2.1.
176.
No, that's not what he said. No, that, he said the transfer is 2.1.
Oh, in the capital reserve fund, Mike, the unappropriated reserve dollar amount would be 44,000 at the end of the year.
No. What's the general fund balance?
Oh, that,
I'm not completely serious.
oh, good, okay.
I think we got it up a couple percent, actually.
Well, one item we haven't talked about was the issue of moving the salary from the fire fund.
So that's the fourth item we have on our list.
We,
How many items, Scott?
four.
Four. This is it. This is it. 4 out of 4. You ready?
Do you want me to?
Go for it.
So yes, we did get some legal advice about the fire fund wages as requested at the last meeting. What was discovered was that the ordinance references A1 of the first class township code. It does not reference category A2 of the first class township code, which permits fire suppression employees. So as of right now, our ordinance does not permit the wages from the fire fund. So to be in there. So
To shift them to the general fund.
there's two options. You update the ordinance to reference A2, or you shift them to the general fund. So those are the options.
Well, thank you for checking. It's good to know. I mean,
Yep.
in my opinion, I think to be consistent with all of our other departments, we should change the ordinance, but ultimately that's going to be the choice of the new board. I don't see that happening that quickly. But in the meantime, you know, from a budgeting standpoint, we need to shift them.
That's going to affect. Yeah,
But I do believe that it should come out of the fire fund.
I think we did pull, I think John Francis' salary was in at 100% in last year's budget. And I think we pulled 50% of it out this year. So we would have 100% of Chris's salary and the remaining balance of John's salary coming out of the general fund,
So the total
which we don't have prepared tonight. So that's
Yeah.
something that's going to change everything we
Rough-
just talked about.
rough numbers, it'll be about $255,000, not including the other half
Like,
of John Francis' vehicle for 22,000.
Well, the vehicle's not part of the discussion.
But that's in the, half of that's in the fire fund.
But we're just talking the wages.
Just talk wages.
Oh, okay.
I can stay.
Yeah, my bad. 255.
So for the-
Is
So
that
that'll
just the
bring-
wages or is that everything?
That's everything. So
That's
that'll
FICA,
bring
that's-
this, that'll bring this up.
Was the fire fund paying for
That's
FICA and health insurance and all the other? It was, okay. So then
So that'll bring
255 encompasses everything?
Yeah.
So there's the change.
So, changes a lot.
We're pretty much back to where we just started.
Say that again, this last change brings us.
Pretty much
So
back
instead
to
of that
where we started.
427 number, Mike, we would have had, that's not right,
That's not right.
one more, 172. So we just went from 172 to negative 427.
Well, so maybe we can look at,
Because we moved those salaries.
maybe we can start.
That's what the number would
Go
look like.
back to the general fund and do some trimming, because I know there were some items that were questionable when we were going through.
Do you have anything in mind off the top of your
Not off the
head
top of
or?
my head, but
Okay.
I remember when we were going through, we were like, well, let's leave that.
Well, one of the things that can come down is half of the police's salary, depending on when they get hired. But it's got to go up the next year. So we can bring.
That's a temporary fix.
I know, that's a temporary fix, but it can get us
I do,
closer.
for the record, though, I do think the ordinance should be considered to be changed to include that to be consistent with all of our other departments.
How is it consistent with? the
Every other department, the way salary and wages for the people working in those departments comes out of those line items. So why would this be any different
Oh, you're saying the accounting for that fund,
Yes,
the
yeah,
accounting should be there.
it should be there. Well, I think the difference for me, having remembered when the ordinance was passed and the intent was to help the fire companies either buy land or take care of their needs for their companies. It's a little bit different because it's a designated tax for the fire company.
I'm sorry.
Well, it was for more than just buying land. It was for part of,
It never said salaries. You can go back.
I
went through the
understand it.
minutes and-
We should.
All right, I'll listen again. I didn't really say anything around this.
I was listening
I was
to
talking to
you.
Mike.
I was because you were saying exactly what I was
It's
going to
fine,
say.
I was just.
So yeah, Diane expressed it from the historic perspective. Okay, I guess I'm doing the same, but in my mind, what I know about that fire tax was, it was because there are extraordinary expenditures that you'll never pay for the fire truck in any 1 year, right? So you have this tax to cover extraordinary expenditures, variable extraordinary expenditures. And to me, salaries don't fall in that category. Salaries are the same year to year, except for salary increase. They're not extraordinary variable expenditures.
Well, to piggyback off that, I did say that in the meeting when I brought this up, $255,000 a year for the last 3 years would have bought us an apparatus. And that's significant in my opinion, so I'm glad to say that.
Is the plural of apparatus apparatuses or apparati?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so.
All right, so where are we at?
Yeah.
Let's,
Depends what,
9:39. Where are we at now, numbers wise?
Numbers wise,
deficit of 427,000. Right.
And that's covered by,
mhm.
You can,
you reduce your fund balance?
Yep, we're gonna reduce the fund balance a little bit based on what.
A little more than,
we'd have to run those numbers to see what percentage we're at.
I know, but the amount it's reduced is,
I guess instead of 630,000 being assigned like last year, we'll have 427 assigned for next year. And then in addition to that, we'll have a bond payment of $704,000. So our total dollar amount that fund balance is gonna come down by is about 1.1 million. And that's before transfers down at the bottom of the page.
and what's this number? This number that you showed us before, 2.4, that's remaining 2.4?
In a reserve?
So.
Yeah.
What?
I'm gonna preface this question with I'm just curious. What would the percentage, we're not taking from the fund balance, what would the tax increase be to cover that?
Well, a tax increase is only going to, this is the thing, that 16 million that we have in revenue, only about 6.97 million is from real estate tax. So that's 45%. That's
45%?
Yeah. So
Of your total revenue.
Of your total revenue, correct. So there are other revenue sources that like can go up and can go down in a given year. The most variable one on our revenue, specifically to South Whitehall, is the Dorney Park admissions tax, and only due to the impact of the pandemic. The second most one that's variable is probably your business privilege, which is a program that I've spent some time with, and we have much more room to do. And as we bring in our new assistant director of finance, I expect that revenue line item to blossom and flourish. The rest of these line items don't have a lot of real leeway, unless something major happened where we had an influx of 30,000 new residents. I don't see earned income tax going necessarily through the roof up, or local services tax, unless a new cable company decides to start here in the township. I don't expect our cable TV tax to go up as well.
I guess,
in that category.
I guess the question is, if we were to make up that difference with real estate tax increase, what would the percentage be?
Of
Of the
$500,000.
$500,000?
If we were to get to a position where we're in the black, what would it be? What would we have to raise taxes to cover that? Aside from just taking money from reserve, I'm just curious. I mean, either we're gonna sit here and try to cut stuff, or we're gonna take from reserve, or we're gonna raise taxes. I mean, there's not that many other options.
Well, I'm not gonna vote for it.
I'm not saying I'm voting to raise taxes, I'm just asking you questions, because there's breaking it down to simplistic terms, we only have a few options, so what are the options?
We could cut the budget.
I agree, I'm not saying we can't, I'm
Just
saying,
For example, Northampton County did a 5% across the board, and our budget has increased over last year. So there's certainly an opportunity, although we're pressed for time, to go back.
I don't disagree with you. That's why I prefaced my question to say, what would it be if that was our only option? Basically, we had three options: pull from reserves, which I'm not a huge fan of, cut the budget, or raise taxes. Right?
Well, for me, I wouldn't consider even talking about taxes unless.
7% tax increase.
For that into this. When we went through all the different workshops, there were certain things that we could probably make some changes.
To make up for that difference, it would be a 7% tax increase from that perspective. That's kind of seven.
What's the property tax revenue?
We bring in about six, so we're projected based on the assessed taxable property value. We're looking to bring in about 6.9 million in revenue. So a 7% tax increase would give us an additional $500,000.
6.9, right?
Yep, correct.
Township taxes haven't been raised for like ever. Right?
No,
So I think, what was it, 2018, 2019, was it the last
2019.
Yeah. 18, Mike?
I think so.
When 18?
I think it was.
You must have the same person who wrote that check, 'cause I remember.
So what would the impact be if did you show the number what that would do to our reserve for the difference?
So, Here's essentially what we're looking
And
at.
I'm so sorry to ask you to do this, but
Yep.
I know.
Sorry. So we are, based on the budget as presented. Nope. We will have, at the end of next year, $2.479 million. And based on the current schedule that we have, we will be in trouble because we'll have 3.393 in the fiscal stability fund.
What do you mean we'll be in
Wait,
trouble? Say
Why
that
would
again.
we be in trouble?
Well, this is why, look, so when we have 2.49 million in total unappropriated cash,
Okay.
okay?
This is with the shifting and
Yep.
everything.
That's correct. So of this 2.49 right now, today, as of today, 2.39 is fiscal stability. So if we move $1 million from our general fund cash into fiscal stability, this number will come down. Or this number won't come down in terms of what's left over, but of the 2.9, we'll have a negative $900,000 in the general fund monies and 3.93 in fiscal stability.
What's that number that, besides that big number, what is that percentage, what does that say?
Oh, this is 15% of our total expenses.
Yeah. That's why I said before.
So like this amount of money is really what we'll have in our general fund bank account at the end of next year, not including fiscal stability, not including $1 million transfer.
So again,
So if we want to transfer the $1 million, something needs to happen. A miracle.
So I don't want to be here till midnight. I'm sure no one else does. But with regards to the reserve, I don't think we should pull another nickel from the reserve. So kind of break it down to two options. Either we look at the budget to say, okay, what else can we cut? And if we've exhausted those options then and only then, would a tax increase be on the table?
No. We need to take expenses down if we like to do anything.
You didn't hear what I said. I said that's the first step, right?
My seniors are.
And then when that option, if it's been exhausted, and only then would I consider
This to 3.9.
a tax increase. But I don't want to pull from reserves, that's what I just said.
Well, I essentially agree with you. We shouldn't pull from reserves. If we need to, we should reduce expenses. Right, where we differ is my final part of that is reduce expenses to the point so that we don't need to have a tax.
I'm not saying that's not an option, I'm saying that we need to see, as far as what can you do, what can we try, and I don't have that answer. I don't think you do, but I don't think you do right now either.
No, I think you and I are agreeing.
I know we're agreeing with each other.
So we're sitting here talking about cutting expenses. Where are some of the areas you think we could cut expenses?
In operating expenses?
Yes.
Do you have a list, Scott, and I don't want to put it to work, but is there a way to show us
Like the big changes?
the big changes? Yeah.
The big changes, I know some of them off the top of my head.
Okay.
HR 55, the big budget change from year over year is $58,000. The large part about that is the discussion the board had about bringing in a full-time HR manager as opposed to maybe using an outside firm to have an HR service. That would save us some money if we were to look at that option instead of hiring somebody. Because if we hire somebody, we have to go down the benefits road, we got to go down health insurance road, all of that. So that's a big one there. Finance, $200,000 budgeted for financial management improvements in the department. The total budget change year over year is about $151,000.
I think you also have an admin in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and a part-time, that's also includes a part-time position in the finance department as well. So yeah, it was, yeah.
What was the HR manager amount?
That's the total HR manager amount.
Is that with
you can
everything benefits or what?
No,
No.
It's like, what did you put in, 85? Oh, it's.
I'll tell you in a second.
It's a lot.
You want to keep going while we're.
Yeah, IT, part of this includes a Munis upgrade to the cloud, which we can't really avoid. The police includes 3 full-time police officers in that year. However, Chief did tell me they're not coming on board or won't be able to until mid next year. So like as a temporary fix for this year's budget, we could take that change amount down by half, but it's gonna go up to the full amount next year anyway, by having 3 more people on staff. So like you can fix 150,000 maybe. PW came down by 155. Parks and Rec is going up by 65. CD
CD was going up by how much?
What's that?
How much was CD going up?
57.
What does CD stand for?
Community development. And part of that is a staff deal and CD's understaffed.
So the HR person, once you go back to that,
Yeah,
maybe there is value in the beginning, at least for the first year, bringing somebody in as a consultant, figure out exactly what your needs are, and then that might help.
Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe I'm gonna offend somebody here, but going from a corporate environment to being in business, to be honest with you, I don't see the value in a full-time HR person for some, I'm saying a company, but a municipal this size. So I don't.
They need an HR person, because
Yeah, I would disagree. We had a lengthy conversation about the need for an HR.
or right to knows, but they, any type of, if they have grievances.
Complaints about me.
Complaints about Scott.
Yeah.
Enough of those, shall we?
Okay, well, that's fine. I disagree, but others.
Is there more beyond CD or?
But I think a
No, that's
consultant would
it.
be a good idea,
Yeah.
instead of a full-time.
Well, yeah,
person.
I mean, having a consulting firm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What would that
I agree.
reduction in that cost be, Scott?
I'm still looking.
Oh, you're still looking at that.
This budget includes a 3% raise for all, and we could go down to 2%, which is what we did last couple of years.
What does
Why it's not showing on here?
Go to the summary for admin tab.
I just lost it.
Because ballpark, it'll be twice the, whatever the salary amount is.
We put the HR salary in there at 80,000, HR manager salary at 80,
That's
but that doesn't include all the
benefits.
benefits and everything.
Not sure about.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where is the latest spreadsheet? I don't think she ever resent it to me. Did she resend it to you?
How much?
HR manager.
So it's that.
100, well, that's total budget. So it's 80 plus all this. $131,500 for HR manager.
So how
That's
much,
the total cost.
we'd have to include money though for
30.
consulting in there.
Significantly reduced,
Yeah. So I mean, I think that would be a good idea. Yeah, I think you still need the HR person, but you could probably go with a consultant to start.
I agree.
It wouldn't really be a consultant so much. It would be a firm that specializes in HR. So it's like an outsourced HR function. Not so much a consultant, but like
There's still.
it's like a phone number
consultant,
call.
Yeah, category. But I mean, whatever you think that dollar amount, I'm sure it's significantly less, so.
I was thinking 30, but I'm wondering if that's not enough for the whole year.
I think it's important to have some on-site.
We could,
If there are a lot of changes, I think it would be good for.
you could look at a part-time position instead.
Then you don't have to pay benefits.
Correct.
if you can find somebody.
There's options. I mean, the three options would be HR manager full-time, outsource it to a third party, or bring on a part-time HR manager.
What if we go to our department heads and tell them they need to cut their budgets by 10%? Sharpen their pencils.
Is 10% adequate, or what does that get us, Scott?
You're right, 10%.
I think that might be.
Just a nice round number. Because all the budgets went up, so is there a way to go back and look for economies? Doesn't mean they're going to get 10. but
Most of them.
that's the goal.
No, it's not. I mean, Herb came down a
At 8,
bunch.
then it's-
Take 10%.
They did achieve 10% last year.
That's 1.6.
So
So we wouldn't need to come down quite 10%. That would be 1.6 million. We have a what, $450,000
What about,
deficit.
So
what's
say
5%?
5.
800,000.
Yeah.
It's a good
It's a
number.
good start.
It's a great start.
So why don't we do that?
3,
Instead of us whittling this through.
1. Yeah, there's 4 main departments. So the primary department comes down 200,000.
Well, there's, how many departments are there? There's.
Yeah, keep in mind, we have a lot of different,
Yeah.
I mean, there's legislative,
Total, so
Some of
total
them,
departments per budget is 15.
Oh, okay.
mhm.
I was thinking about the 4 primary ones.
Yeah.
I think it should apply to everybody. I mean, if you're gonna ask me to one, you should.
But like we have,
For all, everybody. Not. you shouldn't
I mean-
choose.
I'm thinking there's 4 primary department members.
I think every department needs,
Yeah, I agree with
it has
that.
to touch all.
Oh, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I don't, I mean,
That's one area.
you can't do that.
I know, that's not good.
But for the record, I do think, even still, I don't think we should put on the budget at least for this year, full-time HR manager. That's my opinion. Feel free to disagree.
Well, I think we need an HR person, but I would agree that I think a consultant would be sufficient for the first year at least
what are your thoughts on the HR person?
to define what we need
Is
is.
it $58,000 if there's one on?
My
Making sense.
sense about this
There should be a
is,
1 in front of it.
I guess, I said some of this last time. The township went from, we had an HR manager, and then we transitioned to, we had a township manager with an HR background, but no HR manager per se, and now we have none. And we're going through a transition, so we're gonna hire a new township manager. You know, the right then and there, the staff will go through a transition. It seems to me like we're gonna need a resource, a good resource, and that resource is gonna provide stability for the future. So I lean towards, I don't know how you solve the cost issue, but I lean towards us having an HR manager. If it's outsourced, if that's the way to do it, I do agree with Diane. I like the idea that there needs to be a presence here, rather than off-site, you know, I said a while ago, you know, phone call away. I think the staff is going to need that interaction.
Renee did. What if we do the 5% to the department heads and then see what we can come up with, and then we can make that decision once we.
You may be, I mean, if we trim 5%, you may be able to keep
We
it in
may
there.
be fine. I think it's a little bit.
Like, just to kind of piggyback on what you said, when Renee was originally a consultant, hired as HR, she actually was on site.
Yeah.
So it's not, she wasn't like in another building somewhere else.
Okay.
She was physically here, but was not a full-time staff employee. But so you can still do it and still have somebody physically here. And the reason I recommended that approach is because then you can really decide what you want that position to be, and then hire somebody on full-time or part-time, whatever you decide it should be, on staff. So the consultant, I mean, Scott said it wasn't earlier referred to as a consultant, whatever you want to refer to, that individual would and could still physically be.
Yeah, it's like a professional services.
Absolutely.
Professional service manager.
And it worked very well when we had it.
I can agree to that, but like I said, I just think just throwing a full-time HR manager at $85,000 a year without having any structure.
Well, you might not know exactly
I
what
don't
you
think
need.
that's, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. It's not the fix, I don't think that.
But I mean, that doesn't.
I'm curious.
I don't want that something you can change.
But that's the other part.
5% cut.
The 5% cut will equate to no new police officers.
How would you achieve that when costs of everything is going to skyrocket?
Well,
How
interestingly,
on
Joe,
earth are you going to be able to?
interestingly, Joe, last year when we were in COVID, we reduced our spending. I know we didn't do a lot of projects, but when the going got tough, it worked. Township controlled spending. I'm not saying they can achieve 5. We can ask them. They know their budgets. I think it's a good place to start.
I understand what you're saying.
It's not a demand, it's saying.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. I am questioning the fact is based on current, not COVID, but current situation, economic situation, the prices are rising, obviously, in the last, not COVID, in the last year, even less than a year, that are skyrocketing everywhere. And, you know, and salaries are going up for employees. Everything is going up around throughout the economy. To me, I'm questioning the fact that how they can even do that with all of that going through. That's my question.
I can tell you Lehigh County, 5% reduction in their budget. They did it. I'm not saying that we can. I'm saying it's worth a look. That's all. In COVID, an entire county did it. And that's why it's even on my radar.
My thought is, there's 2 dimensions, there's scope and cost. So your point is, you know, how can you cut costs when costs are escalating? But the other part of it is scope. Do you really need this scope? I know it's a very generic term.
I know what you said.
But do you really need this stuff? And what stuff can you eliminate?
I do think you should make that shift on the HR though, and that could reduce some monies as well. Go to a consultant.
I think you should definitely go to a consultant as opposed to a full-time position, just shooting out of the gate. What?
Is there an agreement on that, or are we?
Yes, I agree with that.
I agree. I think that's the way we should look. Mike, what are your thoughts on that?
I think we do a 5% request for the department HR after we see what they're able to do.
So here's the pickle we're in, is first reading of the budget is next Wednesday.
I mean, can they just do it?
We can do it, and the first reading will just be different from these
It's-
numbers. today.
But all I'm advising the board of is we don't have time to schedule another budget workshop
I
meeting
understand
before,
that. I
so
mean, can they do
when
it?
you see
can
the-
just email us
we can email, yeah,
something that,
yeah.
you know, that we can just review and.
I'll
because
schedule
whatever, as long as what you read is
accurate, yeah,
accurate.
sure.
Between now and next Wednesday, you. can
Correct.
tweak it.
I'll schedule an emergency meeting with the staff tomorrow to kind of lay out some of the thoughts and kind of explain to them where we're at after tonight and let us see where we come up with. I'm still a little unclear about the HR manager position. Are we looking to see
I think
if,
you should make it a consultant, keep it in, but make it a consultant, take it out as a full-time position, because that'll reduce that cost significantly.
I agree
You're
with
still
that.
gonna have it. You're still gonna have a job.
Commissioner who will be here next year, I think it is important as we go into a transition year to have an HR person here as an employee of the township.
Okay, so we're, Mike, Joe, what's your thoughts? Mike,
I'm okay with it,
Okay with what?
with what you said about the HR manager.
okay, so that's it, there we go.
So there you go.
okay.
Okay, we good?
Is there anything else we need to review or did we?
3 hours ago, then.
What?
3 hours ago, people brought this up,
What?
what you said.
Okay,
Was there anything else? Scott,
Something like
we need
that.
to review?
Those were the big hit list items, so, yeah.
So you'll just have to decide the dollar amount for that, for the HR thing that makes the most sense.
Yes.
Because that'll reduce that significantly.
Try to make some calls tomorrow to
Okay.
see what, you
And
know.
like I said, whatever the firm was we used before, I mean, that. they were
Yeah,
physically
it's
here in the
it's on my desk.
Yeah.
Um,
Not that you'd have to use that firm.
no, but it will be at least good to get a
Yeah,
quote
yeah.
from them. I don't know if this is a $30,000 thing or $100,000. If it's $100,000, you might as well leave the
You
position.
might as well make it full-time, but I don't think it's gonna be
So,
$100,000.
I don't know. It's going to depend on the
How
needs
many
and how often
complaints?
we want them here.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Scott, you had mentioned that for a $80,000 salary, the benefit would be 50, approximately $50,000 more. Can
Yeah.
you just
Ballpark
describe?
some of that.
Yeah, well, obviously, like,
Health insurance,
We
dental,
pay about
vision.
$30,000 per health insurance per employee, roughly.
how much
30,000?
a year
A
per
year.
employee?
Correct. Correct.
Well, okay, there you have it.
Look at your health insurance.
Does that include pension?
'Cause I
No,
pay-
No, it's the health insurance deal.
Health insurance
That's
is a big part of
That's
that.
phenomenal.
Who's your carrier?
Who's your
Extraordinary.
Blue,
Capital Blue?
Are
Capital
you in
Blue
a
Cross.
consortium with other municipalities?
Yes.
You need to know that.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's.
Renee handles all
We need to
that.
have
Yeah.
a conversation with them.
Cause my,
But we get a
I mean, I
considerable
think it's
portion back
probably
in the
too
rebate
late
as
to
well.
change this
Yeah.
time in the year, but
And
something
then
we can explore.
We do also offer an opt-out to employees who go on their spouse's plans to not be on the township plan.
What you pay them?
It's 50% of the employer cost. So it's
You pay somebody $15,000
$16,200.
to opt out.
Correct. I'm trying to get married, Dave, for that reason.
That's
That's
ridiculous. That is absolutely.
And these are for non-union employees.
Wonder-
This is
You're right.
across,
It's across the board.
across the board, union, non-union, every department.
Can you approximate, okay, so you get a refund, if I can call it
Yeah.
that. Of that
My cost
$50,000, what would the
$2,000.
refund be, let's say,
that's
Per
my-
Family, I bet family.
No.
Refund at the end of the year, you mean?
health insurance?
Total?
We'd
No,
have-
no, for breaking it down per person, like
So I'm
you
just
budget 50,000 for $80,000.
We just got what,
salary.
Yeah, but that's like one of the best.
Is that what it was?
Divided by 105? It's like $2,000.
That's what I.
So that's nothing.
That's
Yeah.
the check I wrote. So
For employees.
comes out to about $600.
When's the last time you go
a
on
month.
with this?
That's above record.
I don't even know. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Granted, no,
Yeah.
So,
no.
just
courtesy of the floor,
I mean,
does anyone have any? Wait, hold on, we have to finish the meeting.
That's in-
So, we have no new business discussion items. Is everybody here for courtesy of the floor? Nothing, all right. Good enough, no executive session planned. I need a motion to adjourn. A motion from Commissioner Seton, second from Commissioner Kelly. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night.